As you know, it took a long way for us to come to this conference. We are grateful to the European Union for supporting activities within the Armenia-Turkey colonization project. During the last cycle of the project, we managed to conduct a survey and publish an analytical report on public perceptions here in Armenia, and the results of the survey were presented here in Yerevan and in Istanbul with support of Branding Foundation. Both events were well attended, and it was 2 years ago, and the hope was stronger than it is now. Hope that dialogue will be continued. However, you know that it's an ongoing challenge to change the circumstances we are living in, and it is absolutely possible to change others if the other don't want it, if you don't want it. However, many people believe that the problems can be solved through dialogue. Dialogue is not a substitute for progress. It takes two to talk. Dialogue is not possible when one side wants to subordinate or dominate the other. It is likely I attended a conference at the Armenian French University in February 2017, and one of the messages was that it is political dialogue or political dialogue at upper level finds itself in deadlock. Does it mean that we shouldn't organize such kind of events? It means absolutely the opposite. It means that we have to talk to each other, we have to understand what is going on in Turkey, in Armenia. Both societies are rapidly changing along with the geopolitical environment that we are living in. And all the studies that I am aware of conducted here in Armenia, conducted in Turkey, our partners, we used to cooperate with PESED, with GIFOT, with TUSED, and it is likely that societies are dreaming about peace, they are thinking about their well-being, and it is our obligation to support such kind of developments. We have to look forward for prosperous region, including Armenia and Turkey. You, everyone, I believe, have the agenda, and it really took huge efforts to organize this conference. It was a long way to announce, to collect abstract, to select, and then review the papers, and finally ensure that everyone is committed to come. It also took some time to talk to identify those who will be moderating the sections. All are experienced, and my expectations, particularly my expectations, are very high from this conference. We have to discuss openly. The conference brought together many people. I do believe that many will join within the course of conference. Meantime, we have 25 speakers in the conference, authors of papers, 2 keynote speakers. Thank you for accepting. Thank you, Turkish researchers who are, I think, are brave to really get engaged in Armenia-Turkey reconciliation projects, and to talk openly, to travel to Armenia. So 5 sessions will be devoted to various topics, including economy, arts, geopolitics, history, perceptions, the civil society role, and finally we'll be ending up with the dialogue, what has been done so far, and of course what might be done to keep the dialogue going on. And finally, we'll be attending, watching a film that is focused within this project. So again, welcome everyone to the conference, and feel free to come up with your ideas to discuss to us how it is organized. Each session includes, along with the speakers, it will reserve enough time for question and answer sessions and also discussions, comments among every attendee of the conference, regardless of the role within the conference, is welcome to share the attributes, the perceptions. Are they positive or negative? Are they looking forward? Are they for this moment? Etc. So thank you very much those who accepted to welcome the conference. And the first and the most vulnerable, we have to really appreciate the assistance of European delegation here in Armenia and in the region and at large European Union that understands the importance of dialogue, importance of developments in societies. And I'll be passing the speech to Mr. Dirk Lawrence, that you have in your agenda papers, that he is Head of Political Press and Information Section, European Union Delegation to the Republic of Armenia. The floor is yours, Dirk.
Thank you very much, dear Dini, for this very kind and warm welcome. Originally, but also this conference is of high importance to us as the EU delegation here in Armenia. But today is also the opening, the first sitting of the new parliament in Armenia, and the ambassadors were this time invited to attend. And Parliament also, of course, plays an important role when it comes to Armenia-Turkey relations and the Zurich protocols, which should be reintroduced. So I think it's important to work with the Parliament. That if he's there today does not mean that he doesn't to this conference here today. Also, I'm here part of a wider EU team, actually from 3 countries, because this project is part of the EU Finance Armenia-Turkey Normalization Process program, which is organized and run from Tbilisi, and we have my colleague Caroline here, who will also be available, I think, in the coffee breaks for questions and discussions, if you like. Our human rights focal point, Andrea, who is also following this project here in the delegation, our intern, Charlotte, and also our colleague, and I think that's remarkable, the head of political section from the EU delegation to Turkey. He's not yet in the room, I think, at least I don't see him, but he will be here later, and also I think he can contribute very well to the discussions we are going to have. Now, this project takes place in a difficult environment. We have, in Turkey, we have the attempted coup d'etat, we have a prolonged state of emergency, we also had an escalation here in Armenia on the relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan when it comes to the 4 days war in April last year concerning Nagorno-Karabakh, and also the related statements made by Turkish leadership. We also had a hostage crisis here in the summer last year. So the political landscape is not necessarily an easy one, not necessarily conducive to normalization of relations between Armenia and Turkey. But as Egine has put it very well, does this mean that we should stop? Does this mean that we should not talk? No, it does not. On the contrary, it is important beyond the track 1 official diplomacy to reach out to each other, to better understand each other, and to be engaged. And I can tell you that I myself have an academic background. I've spent many years at university, and I'm always happy to see when researchers come together, because also a common understanding of the past and a common vision of the future something where researchers can contribute a lot. Me, for example, I'm married to a Polish woman, and I remember very well the joint historic commissions we had between Germany and Poland, and we also worked on joint understanding of school books, history school books, how to address events of the past. And you know that Germany, Poland were enemies, and that so many atrocities happened in our relations. And now I'm married to a Polish woman, and I feel very well and safe and at peace when I travel to Poland. So I think there are many examples also from other conflicts, what can be done, and I think it's also being done in this context. We have to be patient, of course. This change will not come overnight, but we are ready to contribute, and support to civil society is one of the main elements of support the European Union is extending to our partner countries also for the future programming. And we are happy to have very good partners, both in Turkey, the consortium of 8 NGOs, and Geneva is a prime example of that and the work he's doing here to implement the project. So this conference today is part of a wider picture. I think the biggest achievement we have had so far is the exchange and travel grants that have brought hundreds of people together from both Turkey and Armenia in different fields, be it the youth, be it journalists, but also from the business sphere. IT event, prominent IT event in Istanbul, where Armenian entrepreneurs participated. You all know that IT is one of the flagship sectors in the Armenian economy. Now, I'm often asked what the EU does to help open the borders between Armenia and Turkey. My answer in the past was always, well, we offered Armenia an association agreement which included a deep and comprehensive free trade area, and Turkey is in a customs union with the European Union. So Turkey would have been under legal obligation to open this border with Armenia if Armenia had signed the association agreement. But that is the past, and now we have a new comprehensive and enhanced partnership agreement with Armenia, which will be signed hopefully in summer, in autumn, during the Eastern Partnership Summit. And there we also have a strong component on political dialogue and reconciliation. So I think Armenia-Turkey relations will be on the agenda of our dialogue with Armenia, as it is on the agenda, official agenda of our dialogue with Turkey. So, to conclude, let me wish you success, interesting discussions, and I'm looking forward to hearing the conclusions and results of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence, for coming up and supporting this scientific dialogue that hopefully will result in some political recommendations to our officials. The track to diplomacy is quite important, and Yellow is one of the prominent representatives of such kind of diplomacy, one of well-known actors, civil society actors, at least in Armenia, maybe elsewhere as well. We will tell about that. Yellow, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, most of you probably know the project, but I will just give a background to it, because it's been coming back to Dirk's question, what is the EU doing for Armenia-Turkey relations? It's been a conscious political decision by the European Union to support Armenia-Turkey dialogue normalization, which the decision is, in fact, has been made during the protocol process, but has been stayed there afterwards, when at the political level dialogue collapsed, essentially. And it is the result of this decision that now, for the second time, a consortium of 8 organizations is entrusted with implementing this Armenia-Turkey normalization project. The 8 organizations, I have to enumerate them because I think it is important. It is Grandin Foundation, TEPAF, media, public journalism club, regional studies center, Anadolu Kültür, and the organization which was called Helsinki Citizens Assembly Turkey, now is called Citizens Assembly. I hope I didn't miss anybody. So 4 from Turkey, 4 from Armenia, and they are working now together for 3 or 4 or 5 years, and some of them worked together even before this project. The civil society level dialogue has 20 years history since the times of Armenia's independence. But what this project did, it both stages, it increased the scope and it expanded the scope very significantly. Because as you mentioned, it's hundreds of exchanges that have happened, probably thousands of exchanges. If we take virtual exchanges, it's hundreds of thousands and millions of exchanges that have happened within the big umbrella of this project. And there are some things that are concretely done by this project, and there are some externalities, some offshoots which happen. Like people meet each other because of the travel grants from Granting Foundation, they make up their minds of having some joint work done, and then it goes on. And sometimes we can catch it, we can register this follow-up, and sometimes we cannot, because it's now big life that is taking place. There are things that are being done by the consortium members, but it was very important for us to make this project socially, publicly accessible. And there were at least 2 mechanisms for this. One was the travel grants, which have been already mentioned, which is only a ticket for Armenian and a person from Armenia and a person from Turkey to visit the other country if they have a reason, a purpose, a professional purpose. It can be doctors and scholars and IT people and any other kind of representatives of any profession. And the other is sub-grants, which is one of the sub-grants is this project that we're now seeking. And these sub-grants are also a very important mechanism for expanding the scope and the influence and the impact of the project. We have had several sub-grants in the first stage, and we have had several sub-grants in the second stage of the project. We have a commission of 8 organizations representatives who make decisions on these sub-grants. So it's difficult to negotiate and to decide which project will take place and which one will not. I should say that we are having enormously more applications than we can give out sub-grants, which means also it's also an indication of the interest that exists between the 2 societies to establish relations and to develop relations. We are very successful as a consortium in additional fundraising. I should mention the British government, the German government, the American government, the many other maybe lesser scale players, independent donors who have supported this or that element of the offshoot of this project. Right now, I mean, some of the things that happened were perhaps not a direct result of this project, but have been very much lobbied for by this project key actors. For instance, thanks to the efforts of several civil society people, including our good partner Osman Kavala and his organization Anadolu Kültür, Ani was recognized as the World Monument, World Heritage Site in the summer last year. And that happened on the day of the coup d'etat in Turkey. So maybe it didn't have enough exposure this year. However, what was very significant during this event was that the Armenian representative and the Turkey representative in UNESCO, they shook hands officially. These official handshakes between the state representatives of Armenia and Turkey are not frequent occurrence at all. And now we have a situation where we are working on making Ani even more known as the medieval Armenian city. Just now an event took place there where Artak Ayuns was present, who is now here, and he can tell you in the next session because he will be the dirigior of next session, so he will decide if he tells you or not. But for me it is very important because when we are talking about dialogue, normalization and reconciliation and all these words, we are not talking about forgetting anything. We are neither forgetting the past nor forgetting the future. We have to be very all-encompassing, allowing for good things to happen, for IT people to build projects and go forward, but also for allowing people like people who are sitting here, VICKEN and ÜNGÖR, to talk about the difficult issues which separate the two countries and the two nations for many centuries. And we are working, as Irene already told, not in a secure environment. The fact that we are now sitting in the alma mater of Armenia, the university which was opened in 1922 or 23, when Armenia became part of the Soviet Union, but beforehand it became independent for the first time in centuries. Armenia became Armenia as a separate political unit. This is already an achievement in the current political circumstances. So I want to express my thanks not only to Irene for a perfect sub-grant project that she did, as usual, CRRC highest scholarly academic quality, and we will be listening to what has been done in this project. I also want to thank people who are not here, the administration of this university, for allowing for this event, which is considered quite controversial in Armenia, as well as I'm sure in Turkey, as well as anywhere else, given that in the United States recently you had this clash between the two rallies, which wasn't somehow separated by the US police officers, I don't know why. But given the controversy that exists, the fact that the alma mater which is holding this event here today is also a very important sign of the overall interest of all of the levels of both academia, government, civil society, businesses around this issue. So I wish you well, I wish you fruitful discussions, fruitful exchanges, and I'm sure that what will end up from this project, which will be hopefully a publication, will play a big role in the future discussions, will pave the way, so to speak, for the future discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georg, for entrusting sub-grant to us to run this conference. We were really lucky to enjoy a sub-grant during the previous cycle of this project and for this. And I'm really grateful to you that you mentioned the alma mater, the Yerevan State University. And for technical reasons, among the welcome speakers, we didn't have any representative because many people were out. The rector currently is abroad. However, the vice rector, Dr. Margosian Ruben, who is contact between CRRC and Yerevan State University, we were lucky to enjoy Yerevan State University's support throughout the years, and I would love to ask Mr. Margosian to welcome to the conference as well. Thank you, Mr.
Good morning, everybody. Dear conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. I was in Germany and returned just 2 days ago. I was able to finally confirm my availability. As you mentioned, matter and high education system. based on the separate faculties of this university, and which was established in 1919. Just 2 days ago, we had the 98th anniversary of our university. We will have a very big event after 2 years, and we will celebrate 100 years of establishment of our university. As a vice rector of this university, I have a privilege and I'm honored to be in permanent contact with CRRC office. In 2003, if I'm not mistaken, our university has won the competition to host this resource and research center at our university. And since during the last almost 14 years, there is a real fruitful cooperation, and I can say that it is a very unique model of cooperation because CRRC is an independent organization. At the same time, it's based in campus of our university, and this is a very interesting model of this cooperation as independent research think tank institution, non-profit institution serving to society, carrying out at the same time. It creates a very interesting and very effective research platform for many researchers, young researchers, for students, for professors, and we are very glad for this cooperation. And particularly, I would like to thank CRRC and all supporters of this organized at our university. I'm not an expert in Armenia-Turkey relations, so I don't want to take your time long and speak about the importance, but as a member of society, as a member of academic community, I understand the importance of such discussions, and we are very glad to host this discussion, this conference at our university. My office is in this floor, so I will be, during next sessions, I will present. I have an agenda and I will follow some reports. I wish you a fruitful conference. Have a nice day, and welcome to our university again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markosyan. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Thank you, Georg. So this welcome part is over. Everyone, welcome. And thank you for your participation. Now it is short break coming for coffee and for media time. If there are media representatives with interview, you just get ready to accept comedian or ask comedian questions. Thank you very much.
Check everything. You have money. You have money.
Որտեղ դեպի Արմենիայում զեն չկար, չէ՞, մեջ նորից տզոց կար, շատ է մի քիչ։ Էլեմենտասին։
Եթե նույն տզոցն է։
Նույն տզոցը պետք է լինի, բայց ասում եմ
չափ դնենք։ Դե կդնենք շտացի ու ես մտածի կով այդ տզոցը չունի։ Ես տաքսի մեջ հասնում եմ։ Իմանայի շտացի բան։ բայց ես չեմ ասում։ Ասա։ Da, բայց մեր իր
Իսկ եթե շրջեք, այն գրած չէ երկու կողմից էլ, հա, ասենց չի դրվում սրա վրա։ Հա, այդ է։ Կամ այդ դիրքի վրա դրեք, սենց, սրա վրա սենց դրեք, այս սրա վրա դրեք, սենց դրեք։ Please take your seats. We are about to start our next session. Thank you. My name is Artak Ayuns. I work at Eurasia Partnership Foundation, where I cover Armenia-Turkey and other cross-border peace-building programs. And it is an honor, obviously, to welcome you all here. And a quick technical information is that CivilNet is shooting live here, and we are on air, so this is for your information. I would like to start with our keynote speakers right away, because we are a little bit late in the schedule, but hopefully we will catch up. We have two keynote speakers today with us, renowned experts and researchers from different European institutions. What we will do is that we will allow each speaker to present their topics for about half an hour, after which we will have some time, around 40 minutes, for question and answers and discussion. So this is how we will proceed. And first, I would like to give the floor to Dr. ÜMIT, who is working at University of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And he was a lecturer in international history at the Department of History of the University of Sheffield before that, and a postdoctoral research fellow at the Center for War Studies and University College Dublin. Mr. ÜNGÖR will be speaking today about the changing social and political boundaries after the genocide, covering issues related to relations between Armenia and Turkey in post-genocide era, including recognition, mutual perception, political borders, changing roles, and identity boundaries and identity-related issues. I suggest we start, ÜNGÖR, and I'll remind you when there is time. There is a time to stop, and we'll continue afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction and for the invitation. Good morning, everybody. Ari Lույս, Günaydın, and Rojbash. It's a great pleasure to be back in Yerevan. It's not my first time. I always feel like it's a bit of a homecoming here. That's because I feel home, and also because when I arrive, I go directly for the Jingalov huts, because that's really one of my favorites ever. Before I get into my talk, I would like to start with a little anecdote, which I think kind of encapsulates a lot of the problems that we'll be discussing today and the problems that underlie Turkish-Armenian relations. And this is a story from the year 2003. I was a bachelor student at the University in Sociology, and at some point I discovered online the truth about the genocide. I started reading books. I bought the book by CHETERIAN and Richard Hovhannisyan, and I started reading all of these books and educating myself. And this was a period in which I thought this is very important, and I want to specialize in this topic. And so it became 24 April, and so without knowing anybody, I went to attend a commemoration of the genocide. And that commemoration was in the small Dutch town of Assen. It's in the north of Holland, and there's one Armenian guy in the town. He built a memorial to the genocide. And so gradually people started coming in. So I went there, and you can imagine I was kind of, you know, a bit of a beard, long black jacket, black shirt, you know, black backpack. Looks a bit weird, nobody knows me. So I went to the commemoration, and I stood all the way in the back of the room. Out of respect, modesty, you know, humble, we come to recognize the genocide. This is very important. And I stood there with my hands folded, and at some point there was, I felt two hands on my two elbows, and these two big men with leather jackets, they kind of dragged me into a room. And these were the two Armenian guys organizing the commemoration. And they asked me, who are you? And what do you come to do here? And I said, stop, I can explain. And I opened my backpack, and I took out the books by Dadrian and Hovhannisyan and who know what. And then they were amazed. They were so happy. And one guy hugged me, the other one slapped my shoulder, and I said, we love you. And then they put me from the back of the room all the way in the front on the VIP seat, and that was forever my seat there from then on. And now every year I get the invitation to speak at this very commemoration. Now, I'd like to talk today about boundaries. And in particular, I would like to distinguish the problems in our relationship between social boundaries and political boundaries. Let me start with the social boundaries. So I have basically two topics here. I think, first of all, the genocide. We need to talk about that, no escaping it. And secondly, I'll talk a bit about how, after the genocide, our social relations changed and are changing. And then I'll move to political boundaries. I'll talk a bit about nationalism. There's a problem vexing our societies. And I'll talk about borders. Borders as a form of violence, maybe. So let me start with the genocide. I've written a lot and I've talked a lot about the genocide. So I won't go into the details of the genocide itself or what it meant. But I think I want to make one thing crystal clear from the beginning of my talk and the conference, namely, for me, recognition of the genocide is an absolute priority. It is a responsibility of us, the Turks, and our state, the Turkish Republic, period. Just want to make that clear kind of as a ground base for the discussions. At the same time, I think that at least the minimum that the Turkish Republic should be doing is to fully discontinue the systematic state-led denial. And by that I mean end the denialist publications, change the school curricula, and take all of the denial off the foreign ministry. So I'm not even asking for recognition yet. Just stop the denial so we can have a free discussion in this country. Now, genocide is the denial of a collective existence of a group identity, a people. So it's purely categorical. It is nothing personal. And genocide has long-term emotional consequences. It pertains to the survivors, the individual survivors. It pertains to their direct relatives. It even pertains to the entire group. Now, what happens to these groups is, one argument made is that the groups suffer from trauma. So after the disaster, after the genocide, there's an indelible sense of a catastrophe. And the genocide affects group identity, or group security, to be on the precise side. And there are basically two ways of looking at it. One is genetic, and the other model is genealogical. And that basically means the genetic approach argues that, well, certain things happen in history, and they automatically affect the contemporary relations, the present. That's one model in which there is victimization, and the victimization is a kind of victimization leads to the victim group feeling, insecure in their group identity. And this argument has been applied to three important victim communities of the great genocides in the 20th century: the Armenian genocide, the Holocaust in Israel, and the Rwandan genocide in Rwanda. Three countries populated by victimized communities, Armenians, Jews, and Tutsis. And so that's one model. But the other model is genealogical, the idea that we're living in the present and we basically grab into history elements that we need and justify our sense of identity or security. So the idea that we're living in the present thinking the genocide happened to us, it should never again happen to us, anything like this. And that leads to a sense of group security and identity. Now there are two points I want to make here. The first one is about victimization. We talk a lot about victimization. It's true. It's important. But we also need to move beyond victimization. Just like an individual victim who's robbed one evening isn't defined for the rest of his life as a victim forever, so too we cannot allow the genocide to define our relationships forever. We're also dealing with survival, we're dealing with resilience, and we're even dealing with revival. The second point is about empathy. I think it is extremely important to develop a calm empathy and listen to the affected, reading their stories, reflecting on them. And this generally is not going too well, and we're dealing with rather heated emotions in our relations. I've seen this once. I was checking the, these message requests you get in Facebook. So these are people not in your friend list, but they message you. So I've written a lot, and then at some point I clicked on this message request to see who's been messaging me. And I got a long list of message requests. And the interesting thing was I looked at the names, and there was one Turkish person, one Armenian person, one Turkish person, one Armenian person. And I started reading these comments, and it was always the same. Armenians gave me compliments, the Turks gave me insults or threats. So we went from compliments and threats, compliments and threats. You know what? I'll read you some of these comments to get a sense of what this, how these relations are in the digital sphere. So in 2010, a Turkish man writes to me, "Hey man, what's up with this genocide nonsense? Do you really believe all those photos? And how do family photos even become genocide documents? I don't get it. Like, how do we even know these are not Turks massacred by Armenians? Apparently you're such a genius, but you look autistic to me. It's easy writing from Europe. Why don't you come to Turkey and write from here?" Okay, and obviously I don't respond to any of these things. Next message. Armenian man writes me, "Thank you, sir. I have been following some of your amazing accomplishments. You're a great man. Thank you, and again, thank you." So you go back and forth and back and forth. So I kind of don't know, am I doing something right or am I doing something wrong with this research? The second important topic in these changing social relations is how we develop as groups towards each other after this genocide. Now, the genocide was a form of extreme disempowerment of Armenians and social distancing between Turks and Armenians. And now, post-genocides, we are what I call intimate strangers. And this distancing has a kind of local cultural practice as well. In Armenian, you would say that we are kenning. In Turkish, you would say küsmek. In English, the translation is we are in the sulks. And these mutual perceptions are fairly new. So my family is originally from Yersinka or Erzincan, depending how we look at it. And there are lots of stories, local stories there from Armenians. So my own great-grandparents, they knew Armenians by name. They would point at a house in the village and say, this house belongs to Ohannes Effendi. Now that type of intimacy disappeared, and at least in the interior. And my generation has to meet Armenians across international borders. And this kind of saddens me. Now there are two processes that are important to mention here. The first, I think, is that we went from a triadic relationship to a dyadic relationship. Basically from a triangle in which we had relations between Turks, Armenians, and Kurds in the same territory, to a binary relationship. Now we have relationships between Kurds and Turks in Turkey. We have relations between Armenians and Turks globally, but obviously not across the countries. There are also relationships between Kurds and Armenians, of course, but that is a process that's fairly new, I think, and fairly old. Now these social boundaries, they have changed. And I think this is important to mention because the dyadic relationship in which we are now, they are more conflictuous. They are more zero-sum because you have no alliances, you have no mediating parties, and it's just the two of us. We basically have to do it together. That's one development. A second development in our relationships is that we went from hierarchical to horizontal relations, or as we would say in the political sociology, we went from ranked ethnic relations to unranked ethnic relations. Now Turks, historically, as the powerful group, were superimposed on Armenians as Ottoman subjects. And we see some echoes of this sometimes, some reverberations. A lot of my Turkish friends, they keep saying that Armenians come up to them and address them in Turkish. And they ask the question, why? Is that to make us feel comfortable? Are people showing their skills? Or are people gathering intelligence? Because when the opposite happens, when Turks try to speak Armenian, and even when they learn it well, people get rather nervous. And I remember once, myself, I was in an elevator. This is at a conference, and then two Armenians got into the elevator. They started talking in Armenian about me. And of course, so I had to say, so that was rather uncomfortable. I think, one example. I get similar complaints from my Armenian friends. So in their interpersonal encounters with Turks, they argue the Turks keep patronizing them. They talk about how similar we are, and how great relations used to be, and we were such great neighbors in Istanbul. We never had any problems with Armenians. And this is a kind of condescending, superficial attitude, a kind of imperial hangover. We don't really need to listen to the subjects, that kind of attitude. Now this is changing, and I think it also needs to change. This shift requires a mental change among both nations, so that we behave as two kind of normal horizontal nations, like when a Lithuanian person meets an Italian, for example, and not hierarchically as imperial overlord and subaltern. Now, in the long term, I think this is important. We need to be able to criticize each other without being burdened by nationalism or the imperial shadow. So what I'm suggesting here is a kind of post-colonial, humble, egalitarian identity based on a realistic, just self-image. Call it a kind of decolonization of Turkish society. You can compare this maybe with the way that, for example, white people in the United States or in South Africa changed in their attitudes towards black people. Let me move on to the political boundaries. So there are two topics I want to talk about. One is about nationalism and the other one is about borders. We tend to think that there's a primacy of the political. And I just gave an interview in the hallway where almost all the questions were about President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And there's a kind of old cliche that we need to, leave politics to the politicians, just like the idea often in Turkey to leave the genocide to the historians. I think that is not working too well. Both of this. We need the politicians, and I think the politicians need us, society, as educators, as civil society workers. So this bottom-up process is absolutely needed as well. I see it as a pleasure to see so many papers deal with civil society initiatives between ordinary is a problem of democracy and of transparency and of free institutions in both societies. To well, because maybe political boundaries change. Now, the past decades, say around 7 years, they test rather pointing observation. As you know, Turkey was led by different governments. Here are just parties on this slide that were, influential in the different cabinets from the 1990s, 1980s, and now. We have the kind of republicanist party, HP on the left, in the middle we have the nationalist MHP, and on the right we have the, let's say, the moderate Islamist political party, the AKP. Now these groups, their disagree profoundly on core values and on political issues, with one exception: the genocide. So the one consensus that these political parties or governments have had is that the genocide is not a priority, and none of them have really effectuated a major shift. There were some good shifts in policy until 2014. Remember, that was only 3 years ago when Erdogan offered his condolences to the Armenians. But there are no major breakthroughs. We don't see breakthroughs as in the end of the Soviet Union or the collapse of apartheid or, I don't know, the breakup of Czechoslovakia. So like major breakthroughs in this policy, unfortunately, we have not seen. So some of my more cynical colleagues have argued it doesn't really matter who runs Turkey. Maybe the problem is related to state interests, to raison d'etat. And it's not governments that is the problem. I find that a rather sad and bleak observation. But it's worth exploring whether a different conception of Turkishness is needed for recognition, reconciliation, and reparations. And I think that especially the failure of the AKP to really come to terms with the genocide demonstrates that the problem is related to the Turkish nationalism that needs to be, I think, fully and quite fundamentally deconstructed in its way it relates to the genocide. My final point is here about the borders. Now, I grew up in a small town called Enschede. This is on the Dutch-German border. And there used to be a hard border in this town. So it's right on the border, this town. My parents' house is 4 or 5 kilometers from the border. And this used to be the picture. So there used to be border checks and German police and Dutch police. You couldn't import everything you want. Gradually, the European Union abolished these borders. In 1995, with the Schengen Treaty, most of these conflict boundaries, they disappeared. Now people go shopping in Germany and in Holland. There's Erasmus students, they exchange. The polarization has decreased. We learned each other's languages. It's quite important, I think. And look at the border now. This is the same border after 1995. So the only thing you notice is a slight change in the asphalt in the border. As you drive through, you don't even notice. And nowadays I go hiking, I have a t-shirt on, I have shorts, some money, the same money as they have in Germany. I walk to Germany, I have a beer, I come back, nobody checks me with anything. Fantastic. One day I went and I stopped right on the border. And I thought, wouldn't it be lovely if we could do the same thing in Turkey and Armenia? But unfortunately, the Turkish-Armenian border is a boundary of violence. It is inefficient, it stalls development, it keeps people apart, deprives people of opportunities, and it causes suffering. I see it as a political tool of punishment, indeed indirect violence, maybe even a form of siege. Now we could compare this border to Fortress Europe, the outside borders of the European Union. Because of the tight European borders, thousands of refugees, they die horrible deaths in the Mediterranean, drowning. We've seen this happening in the past couple of years. Now, this refugee crisis might not have easy solutions, but I think the Turkish-Armenian one seems obviously clear to me. The opening of the border and diplomatic relations does not mean an end to conflict. There are many examples of countries that have open borders, but no or bad diplomatic relations, such as Pakistan and India, such as Russia and China. And the best example for me is Serbia and Croatia. Remember, these are two countries that fought a bitter war 20 years ago. They really hate each other. They accuse each other of genocide all the time at the International Court of Justice. They have a border dispute, which I show you the map here. But still there's diplomacy and still there are open borders. So conflict is good. We should have lots of healthy conflict. But we need to transform this conflict, I think, with open borders. I want to close my talk with a dream. In December 1970, the German Chancellor, Willy Brandt, visited the memorial for the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. This was the Jewish ghetto in Warsaw that rose against the Nazis in 1944, and the Germans cracked down and they killed all the Jews in the ghetto, in the city. And Willy Brandt made an important visit, December 1970. He went to this memorial, and last minute, nobody expected it, he went on his knees out of respect and apology for the suffering that Germany has had created. In the same visit, he accepted the German-Polish borders, which were disputed until 1970, and thereby normalized relations between Germany and Poland. I think this is absolutely iconic. And no surprise, the year after, Willy Brandt received the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, my hope is that one day, as Turks and Armenians, we will have a leader who will be as brave and apologetic as that. So we can have open borders, so also in Turkey we can have Jingalov huts. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. ÜNGÖR. It was a very interesting presentation, especially the part when you were describing the social interactions and the boundaries and the situation inside Turkey and how these relations should transform from more vertical to horizontal, this post-decolonization of Turkey and the Turkish society. But also towards the end of your presentation, talking about the borders, obviously we all know in Armenia the border is closed. That Turkey closed the border in 1993. But also, a couple of days ago, I was in eastern Turkey, that in Armenia we call Western Armenia, the homeland, and it was fascinating to see the broken bridge and the possibility just to jump over the river and go across Armenia. And we were thinking with my Armenian and Turkish colleagues, who were actually architecture and art historians, trying to restore the heritage in Ani and as an attempt towards normalization of relations on different layers, like tract level. We were just wondering what would happen if we just crossed, because there are no guards. No, the territory that is being guarded is slightly farther in Armenia, and we could see Armenian flag actually. And it was, it's of course we all understand all this, but when you see the symbolism, the emotions are very different from what we read in the books or what we realize in this situation. And of course, this is something that affects the situation in Armenia, the closed border and non-existence of diplomatic relations. And also the very last example you brought about Willy Brandt as a fascinating figure in trying to build bridges between the nations. And he is a controversial figure in Germany himself. And a lot of people blame him for this, but it took a lot of courage for him to do this step. And there are sort of various other examples from across different regions that it took so much courage on the side of the political leadership, sometimes giving up their lives also for this cause. And there are these examples to be able to bring some change in the context, which will help also others to live normal lives. So thank you very much for this. Now I want to give the floor to Mr. VICKEN CHETERIAN, who is a lecturer in international relations at the University of Geneva and at Webster University of Geneva, author of many published works on conflicts in the Middle East and post-Soviet republics in different journals and in the world. Mr. CHETERIAN will be talking about the subject of Armenian-Turkish relations, entitled "No Armenian Can Be Our Friend After What We Have Done to Them: Oblivion, Silence, and Rewriting History." Please, Mr. CHETERIAN.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. The Armenian genocide, the 1915 genocide, is very much understudied. It is understudied because the bulk of the books, academic books about the subject, are very recent. And the basic argument is this a genocide or not? And this is the result, of course, of Turkish official state policy of denialism, but I think the Turkish state policy has hijacked the debate about the 1915 genocide. That it was a genocide, everyone knew about it as it was happening. I will quote a telegram sent by French, British, and Russian foreign ministries to the Ottoman foreign ministry on May 24, 1915. So exactly 1 month after the arrests of 200 and something intellectuals, weeks after the rumors or the information about massacres taking place in the Van province was reaching big cities, the foreign ministries of the three powers in war with the Ottoman Empire knew what was happening. So I'm quoting. In view of these new crimes against humanity and civilization, the Allied government announces publicly to the Supreme Court that they will hold personally responsible these crimes all members of the Ottoman government and those of their agents who are implicated in such massacres. So basically we have all the elements of genocide. It's state responsibility to be held personally, and in the telegram they talk about deportations and massacres of Christian subjects of the empire. So this is a very small example, but we have many, many others. For example, we have the publication in 1916 of the Blue Book by Viscount Bryce and, of course, the famous historian Arnold Toynbee. 600 and something pages of documentation looking at the deportations, massacres of Armenians, Assyrians, and others. In Germany, we have, of course, the efforts of Johannes Lepsius, who, during the war, by his personal efforts, published documentation in 25,000 copies that he tried to distribute over the German elite, politicians, intellectuals, and so on, to inform them about what was happening and urging them to take steps to stop the crime from happening. And we have, of course, the Ottoman military courts after the war, 1919-20, trying to address the crimes committed by the Ittihadists and to bring them to justice. So today, our dear friend Taner Akçam can still discover documents. It will make a buzz. It will make New York Times article. But we have thousands of documents and the bulk of the information that we use today to rewrite our history books comes from documentations that were collected during the war. I didn't mention Morgenthau, I didn't mention Armenian efforts to document them, Andonian, Yesayan, Tumanian, who were doing interviews with the refugees coming from the Ottoman Empire to document what was happening. So we know about the genocide as it was happening. We are not adding anything to it. We are playing with interpretations, but the information is there. So the debate about whether it was a genocide or not, from a historian's perspective, is a stupid debate. It's a political debate. It's not a historical debate. Historians can try to contextualize it, can try to give interpretations to it, but that it was mass extermination, we knew about it. But by hijacking the debate, we missed the significance of this event. We missed its importance for Armenians, but not only. This event shaped also Turkey. This event also shaped modern human history. Just to give you some figures to illustrate what I'm talking about. The First World War was a horrible war, right? There were millions of people died. We don't even know exactly how many. But it was around 11 to 13 million people. The majority of those who died during the First World War were soldiers wearing uniform who died from wounds on the war fronts. Probably between 8 and 9 million of them. The civilians who died during the First World War were a minority. Most of the civilians who died in the First World War were Ottoman subjects, Armenians, Greeks, and Assyrians. And they died not because of enemy armies. They died because their state decided to exterminate them. So this is very important. In Europe, it's something different. You know, the violence that was exercised on European fronts was of a different sort. Now, in the Second World War already, the relationship changed. In the Second World War, there too, we don't have exact estimates of people who died. But it's between 60, 70 to 85 million. The majority are civilians. So we see the consequences of the First World War and what was happening in the Ottoman Empire, the targeting of civilians, which should be forbidden, illegal by any standards, legal, religious, moral. We see that the fact that this crime went unrecognized and unpunished had consequences on the Second World War. Now I said the Armenian genocide is understudied. But before moving on with this idea, I will say that we talk a lot about Turkish official denialism. And I would qualify that as progress compared to what was there before the denial. Because denialism as a state policy is the result, is the outcome of the 1980s. So before the 1980s, there was something different there, which I would call oblivion. And this is an idea which is troubling me a lot. I will try to draw its borders, its limits, but it's something which has enormous consequences, which frightens me. So for many, many decades, the Armenian genocide was an Armenian affair. And it was an Armenian private affair. For example, I grew up in Lebanon. In Lebanon, before 1965, the Armenians commemorated April 24 in church ceremony or in private houses where they closed the curtains. It was a private mourning event. It didn't concern the rest of the Lebanese. It didn't concern the rest of the humanity, because the rest of humanity forgot about this event. And of course, this oblivion, this forgetting about a major event. As I showed, it was an event of historical importance to humanity, not just for the victims. But I would like to bring another quotation just so that you get a feeling of what it means to forget. And the quotation is from Taner Akçam in an interview I did with him 5 years back, in fact, in 2012. And Taner Akçam is known as the first Turkish scholar who write about the genocide of the Armenians. Before that, Taner Akçam has a very interesting life. He was a young Turkish student originating from Eastern Turkey, studying in Ankara. And like many of his generation, he became member of a left-wing movement, Devrimci Gençlik, Revolutionary Youth. And he was arrested, he was put in prison, from where he escaped, quite Romanesque, the way he escaped. And finally he arrives in Germany as political asylum seeker. And it was only in Germany when he was invited to do research on torture it was part of a bigger research, and he was, the people studying torture in prisons, and he, as someone who had gone through the Turkish prison system, he was invited to take part in studying torture in Turkish prisons. And while doing this research, he first discovered that there was something called Hamidian massacres in his country. And he says, "This was the first time I came to the subject of the Armenians. Before that, I did not know anything about it. It was not a subject for the Turkish left, who considered Armenians and Asala as suspicious, as instruments of Western imperialism. As I progressed in my readings of Abdul Hamid massacres, I thought to myself, I know the history of the French Revolution, of Russia in 1917, of Chinese communism, but I do not know Turkish history." I mean, I want to just take this moment. I mean, can you imagine someone who doesn't belong to the state, doesn't belong to the bureaucracy, someone who thinks about himself as revolutionary, someone who wants to overthrow the existing order, and doesn't know that in his country there was a genocide, that 20 to 25% of the population during the First World War, Armenians, Greeks, Assyrians, were uprooted, killed, deported, whatever. But a quarter of the population of his country is not there. And he doesn't know not only about this event, but he doesn't know anything about those populations. And he doesn't want to know about it. So what I'm trying to say is that there's something more than state denialism and state censorship. There's something in the culture of the 20th century which makes it possible for crimes of genocide to take place, and it makes it possible for people like Taner Akçam to forget about it. It's frightening, isn't it? It does frighten me. So, UGUR made a quote coming probably from today's Turkish President, Mr. Erdogan, who for the first time in 2005, just before the 90th commemoration of the genocide, wrote a letter. He was then Prime Minister. He wrote a letter to then President of Armenia, Robert CHETERIAN, in which he said, let's Turkish open, the border is closed, but archives are open. Let's have a historian's mission to study about the events. So I would like to, as a historian, to reflect about how is it possible that and the subject is in my for example, ties between one commercial company and another in Venice in 16th century. So it's not a detail like this. We are talking about, as I said, the extermination of 2 to 4 million people and their uprooting. So in case we need 100 years to study the nature of what happened, then are there students of history in the whole? Why do we study history? In case after 100 years, we cannot even say a genocide is genocide. What is the purpose of studying history? Does the knowledge of history serve something? Does it make sense to study history? Or shall we close down university faculties doing that futile exercise? This reminds me an interview I had, a Tutsi survival of genocide. He was describing in their village how he tried to manage justice after genocide. He was saying, you know, there were so many people who were killed and there were so many perpetrators around who were arrested that justice in any physical procedural sense was not possible. So what they did was just to confront the perpetrators with the survivors and their families, just to have confessions and to move on. So this shows that after genocide, justice in any regular sense is not possible. But also, history after genocide is impossible. Because we always say archives are open after we know that half the archives are destroyed by now. We can always say, yes, the document that you are showing, basically it's fake. I'm referring to Andonian papers. We can question the validity of the account of the survivors because they are biased, right? They are nationalists, they are anti-Turk. So can we take their accounts seriously? This was it's not by chance, as we say, that 1/4 of the historical city of Jerusalem is Armenian, because Armenians were there. because Armenians are part of Jerusalem and Palestine and Egypt and Sudan and Ethiopia, not to mention West Armenia, historic Armenia and Asia Minor and Istanbul. But today Armenians became qualitatively different manner. Established was that between Taner Akçam and VICKEN Dadrian. And it was this collaboration which destroyed the possibility of denialism within Turkish university and academic circles. Armenian genocide, in one way, is the result of Armenian political and social activism within the Ottoman Empire. The Armenians were very, very present within the efforts of Tanzimat. For example, someone like Mithat Pasha, he had the author, the Grand Vizier who was behind the first constitution of the Ottomans. He had many Armenian lawyer colleagues and friends who helped him draft the constitution. Armenian community, the Millet, in the Ottoman Empire had its own constitution before the Ottoman Empire had a constitution. So this shows how the Armenians were ahead of time within the Ottoman political culture. Armenian political parties were ahead of time compared to Turkish political parties, including the Young Turk Committee of Union and Progress. The first socialist party in the Ottoman Empire was an Armenian one. So somehow the Armenian extermination is a sad story of a region which missed an appointment with history, an appointment of reform, of constitution, of progress. And I think it is within this discourse that Armenian memory can return. And it was within these conditions that the debate of the Armenian past and absence emerged within Turkey. Now we are living sad times once again. In Turkey, the window of opportunity is being closed down. The perspective developments are within the limits of successful dictatorship or failed dictatorship leading to uncertainty. A civil war is taking place in the southeast. So all those intellectuals who in the last years were very active to push for the return of memory are losing their jobs. Some of them are being imprisoned. So it is sad times. But we have no other choice but books. As the anecdote told by UGUR, that when he went to this commemoration, he proved his being on the good side by showing books. Me too, when I was working on my book, Open Wounds, each and every single one I interviewed either had written books or had a book project. Human civilization, although neither books nor alphabet is an Armenian invention, I think we have very intimate relationship with books. We Armenians, we love writing books, I think. But apart from that, human civilization is largely told through books, through writing. And we can fight the darkness of our times only through education and writing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. CHETERIAN. A very interesting presentation, particularly with regards to the history and the interpretation of facts and the misleading sometimes as opposed to the reality, and how the questioning whether history should exist or at all if such misleading politicization of the facts happen throughout the history, even after 100 years after history. And there's different stages you discerned regarding the approach towards genocide in Turkey, in terms of oblivion, silence, and rewriting of the history are very important to consider. And in the end, when you're talking about writing books, these books also become history at some point. And once nobody is taking care of understanding what is written in the books, or what are the facts, what are the reality, which sometimes is very difficult to actually identify in social sciences, actually, but still very important for the research purposes. I would now like to ask our audience to engage in the discussion, and we have some 45 minutes for this purpose. And before opening the floor and opening it for your questions, I would like to ask every person who would like to ask a question or make a comment to introduce shortly and point who are the addressees of the questions, if these are questions from our panel. Please, I will go first round, and maybe we will collect more questions. Please, here.
Thank you very much. Is this working? Yeah. Thank you very much for two very interesting opening remarks. My name is CHETERIAN. I'm an independent researcher. My question arises from more what Mr. CHETERIAN had to say, but I'd be happy if both speakers could respond. It's about historiography. So what would a fair historical account of the Armenian-Turkish experience look like? Would it simply have to be that the Turks and the world has to accept what the Armenians have to say, end of story? Or can we imagine a scenario wherein you have differing accounts, but accounts that are known to all parties? In my mind, the analogy I have is with the Civil War in the United States. You have the Civil War, you have the war of northern aggression, you have, different ways of characterizing it. And all Americans, they go through school, they understand it. In the South, maybe they have another story that they tell themselves, maybe in the North another story. But, they live their lives together. So I wonder if the Armenians and Turks could also imagine something similar like that. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much for your deep insights. I have questions. So first to Mr. ÜNGÖR. In your presentation, you talked about the three major kind of political dimensions in Turkish politics, and you mentioned that AKP, you qualified it as a moderate Islamist party. Can you please elaborate a little bit in which terms the party is moderate? And as we see now, this post-referendum period, that Turkey has kind of adopted a new constitution. So what prospects do you see in terms of genocide recognition and Armenia-Turkey ties? And to Mr. CHETERIAN, so you talked about this state policy of denial. I just wonder, is it solely about denial or in a sense about justification? Because sometimes it's kind of more cruel, sounds really cruel, but sometimes Turkey refers to the period of the First World War and justifies the genocide in terms of certain political parties and certain forces of Armenians dealing with Russians. So is there also an element of justification which is really worse? And my second question is about Hrant Dink's legacy and what's your point of view? What was Hrant Dink's own contribution in terms of raising the issue of Armenian genocide and Armenians in Turkey? Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last question or comment, then we will allow you to respond and collect more questions. Please. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I want to express a cynical thanks for this gathering and the fact that we're really listening to two academics talk about what we all know is a political problem. And I'm grateful that the EU found this kind of meeting worthy at a time when certainly the Turkish government, and in some ways the Armenian government, although not nearly evenly, are not doing anything to improve the process. And so on the one hand, thank you. On the other hand, how do we deal with this bottom-up situation in two countries where a lot of things are top-down?
Thank you very much. Let us allow our speakers to respond, and then I will collect another round of questions. First question, please.
Who's going to narrate? I think it's not. I think it's not Armenian history, Turkish history. I mean, history is history, and it used to be Armenians narrating the history of the Armenian genocide. Not anymore, and I think I made that very clear. Even when I was researching on the open wounds initially, which was about the consequences of the genocide, what comes after genocide. And initially, my knowledge was that the victims were continuing to be victimized in the diaspora with the sense of injustice and trauma, but inside Turkey mainly, because we knew as Armenians at least some elements of that the persecution of Armenians continued afterwards. I don't know whether we can say when it stopped, if ever. So, but what I discovered is that the Armenian genocide is extremely relevant to understand Turkey. And it's even more relevant to understand the Kurdish problem within Turkey. Because when you have an event, a crime, deportations, massacres, spoliation of their property and so on, this is quite a big event. You know, you need organization to carry out such an event of such a scale. So you need a structure for that, and the structure was a state structure which continued to survive and continued to keep the memory of its experience. And the memory of the experience was a positive one, saying that we have a problem with a minority. The concept of minority is a social concept. It can vary, evolve with time. So we have a problem with the minority. What do we do with it? We use the method we used last time, which was efficient. So, and the chronology of the Kurdish problem within modern Turkey starts at the moment when the empire eliminates the Christians, the Armenians and the Assyrians, in eastern provinces of the empire. So, no, the narrative of this event is can be done by different manners, but as historian, what I'm saying is that we are not discovering the nature of the event. We have, on the other hand, because of this concentration of is it a genocide or not, which is imposed on the agenda by the denialism of the Turkish state, we have left aside a number of other narrations. One last example on this. It was the Hrant Dink conference, I think 2013, which was about Islamized Armenians. There was a lady, she's professor of media and communications at Ankara University, she's Kurdish, and she narrated the story of a Kurdish agha who kidnapped a young Armenian girl named Sara during the deportations. And then she told the story of how Sara never accepted. I mean, she wanted to remain Sara, she wanted to remain Christian, and she never accepted this forced kidnapping. And it seems that this agha was beating and raping her all the time, and for years. And at the end, she said, "This is the story of my family." This is the other side of the history, which has been darkened, which has been pushed aside by the denial of the genocide. But imagine, in case you want to study violence against women within families in Turkey, I mean, how can you not take this moment of genocide when hundreds of thousands of girls, women, boys, Armenians, Assyrians, Greeks were kidnapped?
Thank you, Nanik. That's a very good question. I am, in principle, sympathetic to kind of a multiplicity of voices, but I do think that there's a risk of sliding into kind of postmodernism in which, all of the narratives are the same. We have to listen to everybody. They're equal. Let's bring out all the voices. I think that is potentially risky because I think history, the historical record is not a consequence of negotiation, but is a product of kind of free thinking and truth finding. Another major difference here, for example, with the example you gave with the United States, is the asymmetry in power. So we're dealing with a state that not just committed the genocide, but then actually won the resulting war that came out of it, the Turkish War of Liberation, and then imposed their own version on the population for generations to come. The single truth, this one narrative and no other narrative. So instead of the US Civil War, which of course is discussed in a liberal democracy like the US, we're dealing more with something like the Soviet Union, in which a very authoritarian state that deports people from Chechnya to Kazakhstan, that kills 20,000 Polish officers in Katyn, and then continues to not just destroy these populations, but also to impose one single authoritarian truth. And I think the only alternative to offering Turks a kind of unilateral acceptance of the genocide, scholarship of the narrative, is if there is more space in Turkey, more kind of liberal democratic space in which people can write whatever they want without being arrested, in which they can offer university courses in whatever topic they want to, can speak about the genocide as much as they want. Just 2 weeks ago I was in Berlin. There are 60 exiled Turkish academics in Berlin. I told them you can almost start your own exile university here. And almost all of them said that when they have to teach the genocide, they have to kind of go around it. And one of the ways they do that is by saying, well, the Armenians say this, but the Turks say that, and the Kurds say this, and the Russians say this, so let's teach all the narratives. And I think that's potentially risky.
Also the question about the AK party being moderate?
Yeah, we do all the questions. Okay, great. This is a very good question. Thank you. I call the AKP a moderate Islamist party, which is a bit of a caricature also. I mean, we're not dealing with one essence of the party. It's impossible to reduce what was a very broad social movement and political movement into one essence. The AKP is a changing process. Starting from the early 2000s when they were established down to 2017, that's 16 years. I call them moderate because, one, they started with a very broad alliance of not just Islamists, but there were liberals there would atheists, there were people like Ali Bayramoğlu, for example, who was I would say, liberal left sociologist. There were Armenians even in this movement, many Kurds who were against the PKK. So a broad alliance that gradually became more and more authoritarian, and we are where we are now. I also call them moderate because I think that as far as we have observed it, and the studies have shown on what is the Islamism of the AKP, this is not the Islamism of, take Ayatollah Khomeini, for example, right? Or even, I would argue, of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, or let alone, the Salafist groups, for example, in Tunisia or in Syria. So I call them moderate for that reason. As for the post-referendum, what kind of prospects for genocide recognition? I fully concur with the last thing that VICKEN said. We have no other way to go than education. We need to educate ordinary Turks, Kurds, and Armenians, everybody, about what happened, at least challenge the ideas that they have. And here too, authoritarianism is good for nothing. It's not good for recognition of the genocide, and it's not good for opening the borders. It's not good for bilateral relations. So in that regard, I agree with Salpi's rather cynical comment in that, well, even in the most authoritarian of states, take a society, a country like Iran, for example, or Iraq under Saddam Hussein, there were social movements. It is possible to build social movements, to create alliances of groups of people based on maybe shared interests or maybe based on values, and I ultimately think we all share the same values. So I do think still we need to keep pushing, and we need to keep building these social movements.
CHETERIAN, would you like about conflicts, legacy, and denialism again?
Yes, about denialism, as I said before, denialism, there was silence because there was no debate. So denialism in the 1980s was progress, was a step forward, because denialism means that there's a debate, there's a subject. We deny that it's a genocide, but at least someone is saying something about it. And at that time, the Turkish official view was nothing happened, and it's their fault. Nothing happened in the sense that, it was minor event in the war. It was just moving population from one area of military activities to other provinces of the empire and so on. And then, in case we did this, because it was because of their subversive activities, because they were collaborating with the enemy and so on and so on. So it was this kind of argument. Now, official version in Turkey has evolved. Today, what Mr. Erdogan is saying is that something happened, and it's a shared suffering, and that this shared suffering was within civil war where different communities fought each other. So this is what some people call it denialism light. So I think it's a step forward, because at least a Turkish official is recognizing that Armenians suffered, because it's a categorically different status compared to being a traitor, right? You are a victim now. But there we stand. Now, Hrant Dink, I think he's a major figure. In fact, the first chapter of my book is about Hrant, and usually I get very emotional when I talk about him. So I think he's an enormous figure. I would even call him a biblical figure, because he is a sacrifice, because he was struggling to pass a message to the Turkish public opinion, and the moment he was killed, the message succeeded in passing. So he's very, very important in that sense. I met many Turkish colleagues. We had long discussions about Hrant, and at the end I said, yeah, but when was the last time you met Hrant? And then they said, I never met Hrant. And they had this very intimate relationship with the imaginary Hrant they never met. So he's very important for many Turks. Just one comment on Salpi's remarks. I think, politically nothing much is happening. Maybe it's a chance for us, scholars, intellectuals, civil society activists, to take a breath after the commemoration of 100 years in 2015, and to think about what we have to do next.
Thank you. Other questions? More questions? One, two. I think you wanted also the first one. Go this way. Mm-hmm. Here.
Hi. Two questions for you. There we go. Thank you. So at the moment, as far as I can tell, there is no Oskar Schindler of the Armenian genocide. And by that I mean a popularly known figure on the Turkish side who engaged in self-sacrifice in service of the victims of genocide. So could you please reflect on the importance of the stories of what have been called heroic Turks or virtuous Turks, and the role that those stories play in challenging narratives and working towards what Hrant Dink called unlocking and transcending history? So that's the first question. The second question is that it's often argued that international pressure serves only to retrench Turkish nationalism, denialism, and create a sense of in-group fear and defensiveness. Yet Dr. CHETERIAN presents a more complicated, complex picture in which both internal processes, such as Taner Akçam, as well as external processes that turn towards human rights, helped transition the story from oblivion to denialism, which you noted as progress. So could you comment on the forces that have worked to progress the story even further from denialism to denialism light? Why has this transition happened? What are the external and internal forces that have brought this transition about? Thank you both very much.
I have one thing for VICKEN. It's actually a comment, but I can put it in the form of a question if that's necessary.
Introduce yourself first and then...
Sorry about that. I'm Okan Doğan. I'm coming from Turkey, from Bilkent University, and I'm doing a PhD in political science there. It was interesting that you mentioned books at the close, while closing your speech. And I also agree with you that books are the proper form for scholars and intellectuals to at least make some contributions that are not immediate, but in time will enter into people's consciousness and knowledge about the history that we have. But I know that you're a close observer of the events in Turkey. I've read your book, but I have another observation which challenges that. Are you also aware that this whole process was the least about the books and more about media shows, op-ed columns in newspapers? So the medium was much more dependent on the media, the medium that these intellectuals and scholars addressed the Turkish nation. The medium was actually mediated. It wasn't a direct communication as in books, authors and writers. And in my talk, I shouldn't self-plagiarize, but would you also agree with that observation that the books were not the proper medium in the entire discussions in Turkey?
Thank you. Please, yes.
Nona Shahnazarian, Institute of Archaeology and Ethnography, and thank you very much for this elucidating papers. And I have a couple of questions to both presenters. So my first question is to ÜNGÖR, and I really liked categories you brought into your research, namely this triadic and dyadic relationships. So if we try to extrapolate these categories to Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict, then we can see that borders as a physical division of ethnic states is kind of in this region quite important. And if we take Thomas de Waal's book Black Garden, and there is a new chapter in second edition in that book. So, and he says that in Georgia he found a village where Armenians and Azerbaijanis in nowadays they can live together quite peacefully just because they have Georgians and police is Georgian, and they need some mediator, and then they can get along quite well. So this is maybe about low trust relationship between them. I would like you to comment on that, again extrapolating maybe back to Armenian-Turkish relationship. This is my question to you. And I have another question to VICKEN CHETERIAN. Actually a couple of questions. I think, first of all, you put this category of silencing and silence into your title. And now I understand you are speaking about silencing and denialism. And actually, I would ask you to comment about silencing of what happened to Armenians as well. My understanding is that about a century, people were really reluctant to talk about that. So if we take Bakuvians who suffered back in Azerbaijan, so I had really frustrating experience because most of the interviewees, I failed to conduct my interviews. So my question is, for me it's sort of quite understandable that it's kind of coping strategy how to get rid of trauma. So how would you interpret this in the case of silencing as a denialism? And I have maybe sub question. You know, we can speak about this competitive victimhood in modern, I would say mostly in small nations. So I find it's really, again, kind of cynical and terrible, and you know, it is destroying the whole discussion, because when Azeris or Azerbaijani officials or ordinary people, they put into discussion genocide events as Khojalu events as a genocide, then it is kind of subverting the whole discussion and trying to compete about victimhood. So please, would you comment on that? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Nikolai. That's a very important question that needs to be discussed. I think here, Vigen made the point that there's a lot about the genocide we don't know yet. I agree. I also think we do know a lot. But one of the topics that has not been studied much is, let's say, the good Turks and Kurds who rescued Armenians. There are many. There must have been possibly thousands of individuals who rescued their neighbors or complete strangers at the risk of execution. Now, there are so many examples, I can't really get into many of the examples, but maybe 2 points are important here. The first one is that we need to, and this is gradually happening, we need to examine and study these processes. How and why did people live together before the genocide? How did the state try to break these relations? And why did people resist? Because rescue is a form of resistance. The second point here is that we need to look at the motives of people who rescued Armenians. So this Kurdish agha who rescues an Armenian girl for sexual violence, to me, is not a form of rescue. Because it actually, you might say, it prolongs the suffering. There are many examples like this. In my own work, in my first book especially, I traveled extensively in the province of Diyarbakir, Dikranagert, and in every single village I heard stories like this. I've written them down. There's a colleague in Turkey, Namık Kemal Dinç. He's writing down all of these stories. He travels from village to village to village, and you hear every village, you hear these stories. The genocide is not forgotten by these people. One example I'd like to give is there's a man who was a governor in the Ottoman Empire. His name is Mehmet Celal Bey. He was a governor of the province of Konya. So I studied this guy. I studied this guy from the Ottoman archives. You know, he sends telegrams back and forth. He has written even a very short, I'd say, report, like a memoir. And then I Googled him, and then I found his great-grandson made a website about him. This is the website, mehmetcelalbey.com. And this is a very young man. If you click on About, you see him as a young student of business administration. And he writes here about the voices of his great-grandfather, a prominent Ottoman bureaucrat. And these voices, they were silenced after Kemal Atatürk seized the state, say roughly 1923. And it's important for us to raise these voices a little bit more. Now, if we think slightly farther, I never talked to this young man, but I'm wondering whether he actually, what his position is about the genocide. Because his great-grandfather openly writes in these telegrams, look, I'm getting all these deportees in the province of Konya. The state is telling me to deport them further, but they're dying, so we need to stop this. This is an injustice. This is a major crime. So I'm curious whether this kid, whether he has this kind of cognitive dissonance. On the one hand, he's proud of being Turkish, a normal Turkish citizen, quote unquote. And on the other hand, his great-grandfather witnessed the genocide. So it is these type of people, I think, that will be very interesting to listen to. The internal and external process, I think, was to you. Maybe I can say one thing about that. Denialism light. Yeah, these comparisons with Coca-Cola Light and Coca-Cola Zero, I think, you know, we tend to think that these light and zero are healthier, but actually they're worse for your health than the straight stuff. In my position, it can be dangerous to accept these, let's say, lighter versions, because it's like cutting corners. You know, it's not a real full confrontation with the facts. I think my position very shortly would be that the AKP, when it was engaging in party politics against the Kemalist hegemony, they blamed it in these party politics on the Republicans, on the Republicanists. They said, well, this is the CHP, Republican Party, their predecessors are the Ittihad wa Taraqi, CUP, they did it in the party politics. But as soon as the AKP raised to the position of the state, now they had to defend the state interests. And that's why I mentioned this problem of raison d'etat. I think ultimately it's a state problem.
Thank you, Mr. Cheterian. Probably you can also respond to this denialism light, and also continue with the question on the importance of books as a medium communication.
I think the evolution of the debate inside Turkey has a lot to do with external pressures. You know, I think Ankara is very sensitive towards what's happening in Brussels, what's happening in Washington, and whenever there's a debate by parliamentarians about 1915, Ankara reacts. And simply by reacting, it is putting the question on the media agenda. So at least the state has to take a position. Now, the evolution of the position of Mr. Erdogan, there's the party difference, but I think it was not very clear what they wanted with this subject. It was evident that in the late 1990s, in 2005, with the September 2005 conference in Istanbul, for the first time, the Ottoman Armenians at the end of the empire, or something like this, where for the first time in an academic conference in Turkey, the genocide was discussed. So there were things moving, and it wasn't clear what the state was going to do. Even more ambiguous was the letter of 23rd April 2014 that Mr. Erdogan addressed to Armenian diaspora, I think, not all Armenians, but the Armenian diaspora. So the descendants of the survivors with condolences. So this was also new. And at that time, I didn't understand whether this was a kind of another media essay to try to figure out what the public opinion reaction is going to be, and for 2015, maybe take a step further. But when we put it in context, we see that it was more a public relations stunt than a real engagement with the subject. Because in 2015, what they did was to try to create another event to cover the event of April 24th centennial by commemorating the great victory at Gallipoli, Çanakkale battle. So instead of, working on the letter to take a step forward, it was a step backwards. Now, this year again, Mr. Erdogan addressed a similar letter like the letter of 2014. I do not understand why this year again he addresses his condolences, but it shows that something is moving. Now about books, I think books have something stronger than the media debate. The media debate is very very difficult to show its contours, especially these days with the social media. And I think we need also, and especially, reflection on the long term. This question is very profound question, and it's not going to go away in a day or two, in a year or two. It's been more than 100 years now. So I think books have special significance because books have a longer lifespan than the media debate, which can be manipulated or changed based on events. For example, we just heard that there was the question of Ani being on UNESCO's list same day as another event taking place, which attracts media attention. So, but I'm ready to hear your points on that.
Thank you. And last two questions, comparing sort of like comparative victimhood, competitive victimhood, Armenian-Azeri relations, Armenian-Turkish relations, and also regarding the, Mr. UNGÖR's presentation of dyadic relations, extrapolated Armenian-Turkish relations to Armenian-Azeri relations.
Yeah, that's, thank you. That's a very encompassing, big question that I'm happy to talk about over lunch as well. I think there are two issues at hand here. The first problem is that the notion that ethnic groups cannot live together under when one of the groups is let's say the nominal owner of the state. This, I think, is a misrepresentation of ethnic coexistence. So this village that Thomas de Waal found in Georgia, if Armenians and Azeris live in peace in that village, I'm sure there are local reasons for it, but I'm also pretty sure that one of the reasons is the absence of a competition for the state. So, we all know when you study the ethnic conflict, the sources of ethnic conflict are manifold. 2 or 3 of them are the competition for the state, for hegemony in the state, fears of oppression or fears of victimization. They relate also to the memories people have, right? So if you have bad memories of living with Azeris or Turks, clearly you are not entirely enthusiastic about living in an Azeri nation state. And to be perfectly fair, I don't think it's great living as a minority in any nation state, to be honest. And I say that as a minority myself, living in Holland, of course. I don't live in Turkey. Now, when these elements of kind of accountability or lack of competition for the state are absent, then we are in conflict and we are in trouble. I saw this personally when the first time I came to Armenia. I traveled overland. I came in from Tbilisi. And then I took the bus from Yerevan to Tabriz because I wanted to visit Iran. And in Tabriz, I met many Azeris, and there were many Armenians, and I asked them, how are your relations? And they said, perfectly fine. I said, what do you mean? Well, the war didn't happen here, and also we feel that the state here is treating us in roughly equal measures. And equal measures of justice, maybe equal measures of injustice. Another example, so that's Iran. Another example is Iraq. So if you look at Iraq before 2003, obviously this is not a very democratic state that respects human rights, but when you speak with Armenians from Kirkuk, for example, they will tell you that they were living in relative harmony and equanimity with the Turkomans in this state, in this city. So it's not true that we, as Turks and Armenians, or Azeris and Armenians, we're programmed, just genetically programmed to be in conflict forever. No, this is related to the nuts and the bolts of how the state is configured. And if there is a strong nationalism that oppresses minorities, then we are in conflict. If there is a state that is authoritarian, that doesn't have accountability or democratic transparency, then we are in conflict as well, but not necessarily.
First, let me say something about the Karabakh conflict, because at least in the West, maybe in Russia it's different, but I don't think so. The Karabakh conflict has been studied as part of Soviet legacy, part of Stalin's policies and all that, which is fine, but I think there's another dimension of the Karabakh conflict which has not been studied, which is how the 1915 genocide and how the 1918-20 conflict in the region influenced the Karabakh conflict. I go further than that. I have a paper which is under review now, where I show that, in fact, the emergence of the Karabakh conflict in the late 80s, when in Turkey we were in a phase of active denialism, it has influenced very much Azerbaijani nationalist imagination of the conflict the other, the Armenian, as treacherous Armenian, as fifth column, and all the stereotypes that were very dominant in Turkey at that moment, because at that time we didn't have Hrant Dink, we didn't have Agos, we didn't have Aras, we didn't have all this debate, which today we have in Turkey. At that time, the debate in Turkey was very, very negative towards Armenians, and this has influenced the Azerbaijani public imagination. In fact, there's a Turkish sociologist who has done the most interesting research about this. I forgot her name. She's from, again, she's a sociologist from Ankara, and she has interviewed on a number of occasions Azerbaijani political elite, and she draws this, she works on this image of the Armenian in the negative, stereotypical terms. But I will go further than that. I will say that today, in case we take the genocide of 1915 as a factor in the Karabakh conflict, we see something very strange. The Armenian diplomatic position is that we want to normalize relations with Turkey without preconditions. It's Turkey which is blocking the normalization. So Armenia officially is not using the genocide to win dividends on diplomatic terms. But on the other hand, we see more and more, as you mentioned, Khojalu is one element. Khojalu becoming a genocide and being used as such, sponsored by the state to have posters in Washington buses and whatnot. But before this, there's another element which I invite your attention to, which is very interesting, is a state decree in 1998 by Heydar Aliyev. It's on, it's available on the internet. Which decides that there's a day of commemoration for Azerbaijan genocide. And this document is a goldmine for historians because it starts with Turkmenchai Treaty. No Armenians, no Azeris, Tsarist Empire, Qajar Empire. Turkmenchai. So, but Turkmenchai Treaty has become a tragedy for the Azeri population, and the responsible for that are Armenians. And then it makes a mishmash of 200 years of history to show that Armenians are perpetrators and Azeris are victims. So there's a very interesting, maybe social psychologists should also study this. An overturn of roles of who's victim and who's perpetrator, where Azerbaijanis become victims of genocide perpetrated by Armenians. Now, this said, I want to say that there's violence exercised in the context of Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict, which is of a very different nature compared to the violence we are talking about in the Ottoman Empire between the Ottoman state and its Armenian and Assyrian and Greek subjects, I can say citizens. And here Khojalu is part of violence taking place between two armed sides, which needs to be discussed in case we want to have peace between Armenians and Azeris. Now, I have done some work on this. I have already written about the Khojalu. I have said what I know about Khojalu and what needs to be investigated further, because in Khojalu event, there are two sites of killings. In Khojalu itself, when the Armenian forces took it, and then there's the civilians while going towards Aghdam. So it needs further investigation, but also the figures published at that time about Khojalu was 160 people died. It's a tragedy. It's a war crime. It is not a genocide, but it's a subject to be discussed.
Before we close, probably we can spend a couple of more minutes if there are other one or two questions, comments. We're about to close now. There is one, two, okay, three, but very short and precise point to the speaker. Thank you.
I'm just curious, Dr. CHETERIAN. My name is Absin Khanbaghi. I'm from the Khan University. And well, I'm a scholar of Iranian studies, and I was just very intrigued when you mentioned the Turkmenchai issue, and I just don't know how the Azeris have, how Aliyev has depicted it, because from the Iranian perspective, it's mostly the Ayatollahs who manipulated it and wanted that territory to be, they were bribed by the Russians or whatever, and just give it away in some ways. So I just don't know how Aliyev has presented it. So I'm just very curious to have that version, now that you said it, but you didn't elaborate on it. Could you just mention something about it? what is his kind of description?
Thank you.
Quickly, Anna Matveyeva, King's College London. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your presentations. Quick question to VICKEN CHETERIAN. We have talked a lot, and especially first presentation, what should happen on Turkish side. Yep. New concept of Turkishness is needed. What should happen on Armenian side and within Armenia to overcome the situation?
Thank you so much. Maria Karapetian from the Imagine Center for Conflict Transformation. My question is for Mr. CHETERIAN. I had it in mind earlier, and it was regarding this, as I understood from your speech, building a continuity between the impunity of the Armenian genocide of 1915 and the following atrocities of the 20th century, that because of the impunity there was the civilian losses in the Second World War were larger. I have a resistance to this because I believe that punishing an atrocity would bring to prevention of further atrocities, but impunity of it, especially in the context that you also depicted as silencing and oblivion and amnesia, I would like to understand better how, in this context, the non-remembering of a past violence could have led to larger scale violence in the Second World War. And further, you also build a bridge to the Middle East violence. There I have actually the opposite opinion. I think that the suffering of the Jewish people is what perpetuates violence in the Middle East, and perhaps even the suffering of the Armenian young men that coming out of the Middle East were part of Asala is what perpetuates violence rather than the other way around, the impunity of the Armenian genocide of 1915. But this is perhaps even more debatable than how I am trying to argue against your point. And what made me actually raise my hand and ask this question, because I was okay not asking it, was the non-seeing of continuity.
I don't know whether you meant that. I was just recently in Halabja, and I went there because I was interested in culture of violence in the Middle East. And Halabja is the site where in 1988, in March 1988, Saddam's army bombed by chemical weapons the Halabja Kurdish population, killing an estimated, we don't know exactly, but 5,000 people. And so at the end of the day, I was with the mayor and some other people, and they took me by surprise to a neighborhood which is called Judica, where there are only ruined houses, which was the Jewish neighborhood of Halabja. And they told me that in the 1940s, 1/4 of Halabja was Jewish. And then they left. And when I asked them why did they leave, and they said, they wanted to leave. I mean, can you imagine that 1/4 of the population of a town decides they want to leave? Of course, it's another dimension of exercising of violence against Iraqi Jews. Very important in Iraq. 1/3 of Baghdad was Jewish at the beginning of last century. So it's another dimension of religious sectarian conflict exercised on people who had nothing to do with the Arab-Israeli conflict in Palestine, which is there. Now, Now there are two Armenias as political subjects when we talk about the genocide. There's the state of Armenia, and I think there it has its own foreign policy, and I think they tried what is possible to try. The first president, Petrosyan, imagined it's possible to normalize relations without discussing 1915 and so on. It turned out that it's not possible because even if Armenians, they try to put aside even forget 1915. Turkey reminds Armenia of 1915. The borders remain closed mainly because of 1915 and as a secondary dimension because of the Karabakh conflict. And then there's the diaspora, and diaspora is multiple identities and structures and individuals, and there we can imagine different things. But I think eventually this is an issue which has to be resolved by Turkey itself.
ÜNGÖR, would you like to add something so that we wrap up?
Yeah, thank you. This final question about the conflict transformation was very, very interesting, actually, to think about continuities of violence. I think the impunity and lack of redress certainly mattered, especially when it came to leaving the genocidal elite in power. I think this is an important event, important process that was conducive to more violence. And I think continuity is one of the topics I worked on, which my second book was on, continuities of violence from the genocide onward. And I think there are at least 3 important continuities. The first one is right after the genocide. Most of the young Turks who committed the genocide, they were either included into Kemal Atatürk's regime, and they stayed in power. They were promoted. Some of them became interior minister. One of them was even prime minister for one day. And what we see is that these people are in power from 1925 massacres in the Diyarbakir region against the Kurds, down to the culminating in the 1938 massacre in Dersim, the Kurdish Alevi region, where, let's not forget, the Armenian villages were particularly destroyed there, the first ones to be destroyed there. Armenians were picked out during that massacre from the Kurds and specifically annihilated. So that's one important continuity. The second continuity is the conflict with the PKK in the 1980s and 1990s. This same propaganda in the 1980s that VICKEN talked about branded the Kurdish rebels and Kurdish nationalists as Armenians. And the idea that they were really controlled by either Armenia or by the diaspora. So delegitimizing the indigenous Kurdish nature of it. And as a matter of fact, when these 3,000 Kurdish villages, in the 1990s, about 3,000 Kurdish villages were destroyed, many of them used to be Armenian villages. And specifically, we know that from more recent research by one of my PhD students is that the Turkish army in the 1990s picked out specifically the Armenian architecture in the 1990s and destroyed it and bombed it specifically in the kind of south, mostly the southeast of Turkey. We're talking Diyarbakir, Mardin, Hakkari, Van, south of Lake Van, kind of this area. And the final continuity, I think, is that when we look at the contemporary conflicts in the Middle East, Syria is an interesting case. This is a state that you could argue, or maybe even a society that's minority heavy, or maybe minority dominated even. And a lot of Syrians, whether they're Kurds or Armenians or Assyrians, are originally survivor communities from the genocide, right? So whether it's a lot of Armenians from Halep, or Assyrians in Qamishli, or many of the Kurdish people who live there, they're people who suffered from this first continuity that I mentioned. And so when they end up in Syria, these people don't have good memories of living under Turkish rule, right? So I'm not that surprised that people would rally to, let's say, an anti-Turkish causes, or they would be supporting a state that they believe is protective of their interests. And the final point is, let's not forget here, it's important to mention, that for whatever reason, the Armenian Genocide Memorial Church in Deir Zor was blown up, most likely by ISIS. And this is something, a bit of a puzzle, that I hope future historians will work on. Now, for this organization, what is the point of destroying a memorial church? Like, what the damage did this church do to their interests? I'll leave that as an open question.
Thank you. We will close now, but I think probably some of the questions remained unanswered, but hopefully we still have a lot of sessions ahead today and tomorrow. Some of you are the presenters. Hopefully you can reflect also on this. Now we will go for lunch, which is served nearby, and we will resume the session 5 minutes after 2, in 1 hour. Thank you.
Արգելի գործընկերներ, երևի սկսենք, հա, ժամը 2:05 րոպե է արդեն, Արտակը ասաց, որ քանի որ 5 րոպե ուշ եք ավարտել, 5 րոպե ուշ սկսենք, այնպես որ այդ 5 րոպեն պարտաճանաչ սպասել եմ, և հիմա շարունակենք մեր աշխատանքները։ Անունս Թևան է, Թևան Պողոսյան, հպարտությամբ պետք է ասեմ, որ ամենաերջանիկ օրերից մեկն է, որտեղ այսօր վերադարձա տուն։ Օֆիցիալ այլևս ազգային ժողովի պատգամավոր չեմ, վերադարձել եմ հասարակական իմ գործունեությանը, որտեղ այդպես ասած հիմնադրած ժամանակի մարդկային զարգացման միջազգային կենտրոն, եւ ուրախ եմ, որ նույնիսկ հենց նույն օրը սկսվեց աշխատանքային տեմպի համար, ինչի համար Հեղինե ջան, քեզ ահավոր մեծ շնորհակալություն եմ հայտնում։ Մեր այս նիստը նվիրված է լինելու տնտեսական իրողությունները եւ հեռանկարները հայ-թուրքական հարաբերություններում թեմային, ունենալու ենք վստահաբար 4 հետաքրքիր զեկույց, որից հետո կունենանք ինչ-որ չափով ժամանակ հարց ու պատասխանի, ես կաշխատեմ, չասեմ շատ խիստ, բայց կարգապահ ձևով նշեմ, որ ամեն զեկուցող կամ ամեն թեմային կտրամադրվի 15 րոպե ժամանակ, որ 30 րոպե հարց ու պատասխաններ ունենանք, քննարկումներ, բայց մինչև նիստը սկսելը ես նաև ունեմ, այդպես ասած, մի փոքրիկ հանձնարարական, որ շատ կարճ ողջունի խոսքի համար կամ տեսակետը արտահայտելու համար հրավիրենք ամբիոնի մոտ Եվրոպական միության պատվիրակության Անկարայի գրասենյակի ներկայացուցիչին Իրենեուշ Ֆիդաուշին, կարող անունը սխալ եմ ասում, կներեք, բայց Իրենեուշ ջան, խնդրեմ ուրախ կլինենք ողջունես եւ հասկանանք, թե Եվրոմիությունը ինչ տեսակետ ունի Անկարայից, նայելով հայ-թուրքական հարաբերությունների եւ միգուցե ինչի ոչ Եվրոմիություն-Թուրքիա հարաբերությունների, որովհետեւ Հայաստանում բոլորը ահավոր շատ ուշադիր հետևում են այդ ամեն ինչին, այնպես որ մի քանի այդպես խոսքով եթե անդրադառնանք, թե որտեղ է Եվրոմիություն-Թուրքիա նաեւ հարաբերությունները, շատ ուրախ կլինենք։ Շնորհակալություն, խոսքից։
Thank you. Unfortunately, I didn't understand everything, but
then let me go in English also, just not to violate our national law. I need to speak in Armenian. That's why. First of all, I welcome you here and pass the floor to you, and ask that it would be very interesting to hear how European Union see Armenian-Turkish relationship from Ankara. And by the way, in Armenia, we're very much closely following Turkey-EU relationship, and if you will say 1 or 2 sentences on that, we would truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. It's a spontaneous address to you, but I'm very honored and pleased to be at this conference. It's my first visit to Armenia. I've been working in Turkey since 2014, and last night I took a late flight to Yerevan. To symbolically also show that we do attach importance from Ankara perspective. I mean, basically all 3 EU delegations are cooperating, as you know, within this project. This is the delegation here in Yerevan, and my colleague spoke to you this morning. Delegation Tbilisi, which was sort of best placed to coordinate many of the activities, and the delegation in Ankara finally. And from our angle, we've been always promoting this project in Turkey, but also in Brussels, to make sure that our decision makers in Brussels continue seeing importance of such projects, despite the fact that Turkey-Armenia normalization process is not making headlines these days. We hope that it will start making headlines sooner or later, in a positive sense, of course. But it's true that as we see in Ankara, the EU, the current political agenda, Armenia-Turkey normalization doesn't seem to come as one of the top priorities for the current political elites in the country. But why we see the need to continue investing and to continue facilitating people-to-people contacts and joint projects, joint initiatives, because despite the fact that Turkey indeed is a top-bottom country, similarly to Armenia, there is still a vivid civil society. Even though after the coup of 2016, many civil society organizations have been closed down, as you probably know, around 2,000, to give you the scale. And lots of people have lost their jobs in state institutions, in academia, in media, and some people were arrested. But still, civil society remains strong in Turkey, and they will go through these difficult times, and they will get stronger sooner or later. So it is still important to invest in civil society in Turkey, also when it comes to Turkey-Armenia relations. we were discussing during the lunch break about the space for freedom of expression that has been in the first years of AK Party government expanded significantly, to the extent that many scholars in Turkey started writing and talking and specializing in the 1915 events, which they dare to call still today genocide. But the space for freedom of expression has started shrinking in the last couple of years, already before the state of emergency, which was introduced just after the coup of 2016. So it's not that dramatic that the scope for the space for freedom of expression has been completely closed down. It's not true, and people do commemorate, by the way, every year the anniversary of 1915. There are activities of civil society, of academia, so the dialogue continues in Turkey. Now, EU-Turkey relations, we are, like in many other things in Turkey, in a transitional phase. Turkey in itself is transforming deeply and very fast. And we, outsiders, we try to catch up to understand in which direction Turkey is moving. And sometimes, in particular on EU-Turkey relations, we can easily be confused, because if you listen to the statements of top politicians of Turkey, they are often self-contradictory. From one day to another, you may hear the opposite statements, and it must be very much confusing for the society. It's definitely confusing for Europeans and for policymakers in the EU. In last turbulent months between Turkey and the EU, the new phenomenon that I think will remain an important factor for EU-Turkey relations is the public pressure in Europe to change EU-Turkey relations, to change them to one way or another. But there is this public pressure coming from the societies in Europe, outraged in many ways with the statements or actions undertaken by Turkish leadership. This public pressure will continue to influence policymakers in Europe. But at the same time, there is I think, consensus in Europe that we have to continue accession process, that we have to continue engaging with Turkish government, but also with Turkish opposition and Turkish society. There are some politicians in Turkey saying that Turkey is not only its government, there is also society, there is also a stable, some people say 60% of the society that believe in modernization and Europeanization of Turkey. That cannot be taken away by any politician. So we are expecting on 25th of May a visit of President Erdogan to Brussels. It will be in the margin of NATO summit that the meeting between President Erdogan and President Tusk and Juncker is going to take place. And it will be a very important meeting, almost as important as the meeting in Washington between President Erdogan and President Trump. We expect some clarifications on both sides, and we expect also a common joint commitment on both sides that we turn the page, not forgetting about certain things that happened in the past, and of course not forgetting about the state of democracy and rule of law in Turkey. By turning the page, I mean that we restart talking to each other, and that we restart working together to get Turkey back on track of Europeanization. It will not be easy, but at least what we expect from that meeting is to agree that we need to start working together, and we have a number of commitments on the horizon, including visa liberalization, customs union modernization, but also continued cooperation on migration, security, counter-terrorism, situation in the region, including in Syria. So we have lots of things at stake on the agenda. And I want to be hopeful that at certain point the Turkey-Armenia reconciliation will be also part of the dialogue between the EU and Turkey. But it's not going to happen tomorrow. but we will be working on that, and the better relations between the EU and Turkey are, the more chances we have to bring in also from the EU side this encouragement to the Turkish leadership to make some steps conducive to normalization of its relations with Armenia. I know that steps are needed also on Armenia's side, but I'm not an expert on that, so I'm not going to talk about that. You know the subject better than me. But we will continue definitely with this project, hoping for better times for Turkey, Armenia, also at the political level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renush. It's really good that we learned that on May 21st there will be next meeting. Immediately, two ideas strike me. Following yesterday's events in Washington, please provide better security for EU citizens not to be beaten by the Turkish, I don't know, special forces or some other guys if there is a peaceful protest against that. And really good to know that EU is really understanding that in a future for having a place on Turkey-Armenia rapprochement, I don't know, dialogue and something, you need to work for the trust building, and trust is starting from the facing the past of the history. Just remind Erdogan about 1915 Armenian genocide, that it's time to not deny, but at least to accept and recognize. Thank you very much. Արգելի գործընկերներ, եկեք շարունակենք մեր շատ հետաքրքիր ժողովը, ինձ թվում է մեր հյուրն էլ ասաց, որ միգուցե հայկական տեսակետից շատ դժվար է հասկանալ հայ-թուրքական հարաբերությունների տարբեր բաղադրիչները ոնց են ձևավորվում, այնպես որ փորձենք քննարկենք տնտեսական ընկալման շրջանակներում, թե որտեղ են հայ-թուրքական հարաբերությունները կանգնած կամ ինչ հնարավորություններ կան։ Ես ուրախ եմ, որ այս գաղափարը իրականում մեր հասարակությունում բաց քննարկվում է, վերլուծվում է, տարբեր այլընտրանքներ են մշակվում եւ ներկայացվում, քանի որ հասարակությունը առողջ է, երբ որ կարողանում է իսկապես բաց քննարկել այն, թե ինչ ունի, ինչ է հնարավոր եւ որտեղ կարող ենք մենք գնալ։ Եվ քանի որ այս նիստին ունենալու են գիտական վերլուծական տեսակետներ, իսկապես ուրախ եմ, որ մենք փորձենք մի քիչ գիտական տեսանկյունից դիտարկենք եղած մեր հնարավորությունները։ Եվ առաջինը հրավիրելու եմ Տիկին Մանասյանին ներկայացնելու հայ-թուրքական հարաբերությունների կարգավորման տեսլականը 2014-15 թվականներին իրականացված հետազոտության արդյունքներն են ներկայացվելու, բայց մինչև ներկայացումը պետք է ասեմ, որ մեզ նիստ վարողներին տրամադրվել էր շատ հետաքրքիր մի փաստաթուղթ, որտեղ կենսագրականներն էին նշված մեր զեկուցողների, հեղինեինը չկար։ Հասկանալի է, դե հայկական կողմից տենց անում, ասում է իր սեփականին կմոռանա, մնացածներինը կդնի։ Դե որոշեցի ոնց անեմ, որ իմ լավ ընկեր հեղինեին, որ ճանաչում եմ ոնց հեղին է, աշխատել ենք հետը տարբեր ծրագրեր ենք միասին իրականացել ժամանակին, բայց գտնեմ մի քիչ նենց պրոֆեսիոնալ կենսագրականը։ Google-ի ցավը տանեմ, սենց ասած։ Google արեցի եւ գտա, որ Վիկիպեդիայում մի քանի յուրահատուկ տեղեկություններ կար ներկայացված, թե ինչ թեմաներով են արել, շատ հիացմունքով ընթերցեցի, որ նույնիսկ 96 թվականին, եթե չեմ սխալվում, դոկտորականը պաշտպանելուց հետո Մանասյանը նաև հասկացել է, որ Հայաստանում այդ ժամանակ գիտության մակարդակ կամ Հայաստանում միգուցե դոկտորականի աստիճանը այն խնդիրը չի ներկայացնում եւ մեկնել էր արտասահման, տարբեր համալսարաններում ուսուցումը շարունակել է, զարգացել է, ինչի համար ցույց է տալիս, որ մարդ միշտ պետք է ունակ լինի սովորել եւ ես ուրախ եմ, որ այստեղ նաև շատ երիտասարդներ են նստած, որ եթե համալսարանը ավարտեք, չհամարեք, որ վերջ։ Նույնիսկ եթե նույնիսկ ինչ-որ տարիքում հասնեք աստիճանի, որ միտեղ կպաշտպանեք, էլի վերջ չի, էլի հնարավորություն է լինելու եւ մարդիկ, որոնք պրպտում են եւ հետազոտում են, իրենք երբևէ չեն կանգնում իրենց ուսումը շարունակելու։ Հենե ջան, ես նաեւ ուրախ եմ, որ միասին անձնական լավ հարաբերությունների մեջ ենք, ուրախ եմ, որ Ղարաբաղում ընկալել էի քեզ եւ տղայիդ, ասեմ, որ արտակարգ անձնավորություն է, արտակարգ մարդ է։ Բացի նայից, որ իսկապես փայլուն գիտնական է։ Եվ սրանով ավարտելով լսենք շատ հետաքրքիր, վստահ եմ շատ հետաքրքիր հետազոտության արդյունքները, որովհետև ձեր քո կողմից ղեկավարված բոլոր հետազոտությունները, հատկապես բարոմետրները, իրականում շատ են օգնել մեզ նաև քաղաքական իմաստով, ուղանիշներ եւ ցուցանիշներով կարողանալ մեր խոսքը ամրապնդել, երբ որ ներկայացնում էինք այլ մոտեցումներ, այլ ընտրանքային մոտեցումներ ազգային ժողովում։ Խնդրեմ։
Thank you very much, Mr. Bogosian, and welcome back from Parliament to the civil society field. As you know, the Caucasus Barometer showed from year to year that trust towards the Parliament is very low and it is diminishing. So now you are in a more secure place. Let's move forward with lifting up the trust towards the civil society sector, towards NGOs. Thank you. Thank you for accepting immediately. From the first word he said, okay, we'll be moderating, doesn't matter. So, going back, I'll be talking about the study that I told you about from the very beginning while opening the conference. You can assume that this study might be outdated. There are no fresher data, but if data are... There are some trends. Why I am here within the session which is for economists, for economics. Because the main message that we took from the survey, it is large presentation, it is available on our website. I will not be going onto the detail, especially because of shortage of time, but I will be running through the slides so that to show you that the economy is the area where from we should to start. This is the sphere where politicians are not influencing much. Many of you know that we are still having a lot of exports and imports, not a little exports and huge imports from Turkey, whereas different channels, and I do believe that our colleagues, especially represented in this panel, will be talking about that. So the survey was conducted in late 2014, and the analysis was made early 2015 among 1,500 households. It was all the methodological, internationally accepted approach were employed. The data collected were analyzed, so I'll be now showing generally three, let's say, dimensions or three major lines. Armenia-Turkey relations. If Armenian people, this is from Armenia's side, but this is not only that specific survey about Armenia-Turkish relations, perceptions here in Armenia. There are some other slides that are coming from the Caucasus Barometer findings, slides that are coming from studies that were conducted in Turkey just for us to compare and understand if we are thinking similarly, how contradicting are the attitudes, and how the researchers, at least the researchers and the civil society representatives, have to deal with that, if any opportunity to deal. So next, normalization of Armenia-Turkey relations, which are the obstacles from Armenian side, and normalization, which solutions might be suggested. On the question here, we are having the book I showed is available on the website, and the database also is available with the presentation. This book is trilingual with Armenian and English narrative, and in between there is Turkish summary of some 10 or 12 pages, so it will be suitable for everyone here in the hall to read and learn more. So interest towards Armenia-Turkey normalization is quite emphasized, as you can see from the slide that is on top. 79% are interested in the official normalization of Armenia-Turkey relations. How they are familiar with about the relations, much less. Well aware and fairly aware, if you will be adding up, it makes just 55% that they are aware. Where from people are getting information about Turkey? It is the main source of information, it is TV. This is a message for media outlets, media representatives, how to deliver, what to deliver to support normalization, to support the public officials. What is the most interest about Armenian-Turkish relations? Here we enabled to tick as many answers they want. So if you can see immediately, recognition of the Armenian genocide is an issue that Armenian society, ordinary people would like to see. The next is opening the Armenian-Turkish border, and you can see that the gap between the first and the second option is quite large, though the second option is very well articulated again. Turkish influence on the resolution of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, 32%, so on and so forth. Let's move forward. There are many other options, but it will take too long to talk about. So now about some trends. Within the Caucasus Barometer that was conducted in 2010, we exchanged with the TESEV, a Turkish think tank, 5 questions to compare attitudes here in Armenia and attitudes in Turkey. And we used this data collected in 2010 to compare with the data that were collected within the Armenia-Turkey Relations Perception Survey. It is obvious that in 2000, late 14 or even 15, 51% say that they totally approve, or rather approve, opening the Armenia-Turkey border. And it shows positive trend compared to 5 years ago, when only 43% say that they will be approving opening the Armenia-Turkey border. Will the opening borders with Turkey have no effect, will be beneficial, or will be harmful for Armenians? All the slides are constructed in a way that green shows positive and red shows negative attitudes. So you can see that regarding economy, people think that opening the border will be having a positive impact. Role in the region, again, however, in terms of security, the last bar, it shows that people are concerned. 47% of interviewed say that it will damage security in the region if the borders are opened. Let's move to the next. Again, in which sector should Armenia establish relations with Turkey? Economy goes first, then goes tourism, afterwards politics. If we'll be adding up transport and energy to the economy, then you can imagine that this is really an area where these contradictions or oppositions or polarized attitudes will not be challenging or serving as barriers. Which are the main obstacles? First of all, let's see what do Armenian people think about Turkish people and Turkey. We suggested few statements. For example, Turkey cannot be trusted. And 70% completely agreed with that statement, with another 12 saying that somewhat agree with that statement. Turkey pursues hostile policies towards Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh. Again, 77% altogether completely agree, somewhat agree with that, so on and so forth. So what does it mean? It means that there is lack of trust. There are some fears that people, be it politicians, civil society, or researchers, have to work with. The next, again, very well articulated finding. How negative or positive is the following answer on the following question? How negative or how positive is the population of Turkey's general attitude towards Armenians, Armenian people? Only 29% believe that Turkish people are thinking positively about Armenians. Just 2% say it very positive, 27% say it rather positive. And it is along with the fact that many Armenians, small business owners, are traveling to Turkey, purchasing some stuff, bringing and selling in Armenia, so making their lives and earning some profits from their exercises. But this is something that it is general. So again, why this slide is important? Because it compares, just go to the pre-last bar, where there is huge difference between accepting Armenians doing business and Armenians getting married. With Turks, almost 60% say that they will be approving doing business. They don't see any obstacle, while they don't want they do get married with Turk people. So ethnicity or political or other, I don't know, senses are different from the practical and pragmatic things. So pragmatic things should be used first of all. Moving forward, there are some fears in Turkey. Maybe they do expect if the genocide is recognized, then some other crimes will be coming. I have 1 minute, 5 minutes, fully enough. So, what reparations do you expect from Turkey? Again, first demand is a recognition of genocide, and afterwards, with huge gap from the first choice, restore territorial rights of Armenians, returning lands, and many other financial reparations, etc., that are again subject and reason for fears in Turkey for recognition or establishing open relationship. Coming to the civil society, what the civil society should do, the first recommendation is talking about the past, discussing the mutual past and common values. It's what we are doing here, I guess. Demanding more rigorous reconciliation actions from the state authorities. That is what I guess Salpi Kazarian raised, bottom up and top down. Now top down is stopped and bottom up has somehow to be facilitated, and thank you for being part of such a facilitation. Okay, beliefs and expectations for the future. Will the Armenian and Turkish people ever be reconciled? They will definitely reconcile. Only 4% of interviewed believe that definitely it will happen. They will probably reconcile, 37%, and you see that red bars are prevailing. And I asked VICKEN CHETERIAN, will I see the border opened and reconciliation? He said, okay, might happen. And then I asked, what about your lifetime? More optimistic, perhaps. I hope, I do believe that it will happen earlier. I hope to see that. I'll stay until it happens. So perceptions in Turkey. Let's see which are the perceptions in there from the surveys that we are aware about, or we managed to get data because Turkish think tanks are not as open to share, to post the databases, raw databases for us to analyze. In Armenia is the same, but CRRC is slightly different. We are sharing whatever is possible. If the client doesn't object, then we do. So you can see, okay, an alternative of this is a survey that was conducted among 1,500 people by Adam. Here is better, maybe a slide, potential policies on the Armenian issue. First, pay attention the wording. Armenian issue. Which issue? We are having Hranding Fellow at CRRC Armenia Center. I don't see where is Mehmet Karasu. And he is interviewing locals. And when we were reviewing his questionnaires to work with students and experts, etc., we were always trying to push, what do you mean saying Armenian issue? Clarify. Do you mean the genocide? Do you mean any other? So, but that's the accepted wording. And here starts the polarization, polar attitude. So, first of all, pay attention that 1/4 don't care. They don't have any idea, the bottom line. No idea, no response. Should take no steps, another 21%. So, the one that Armenians desire, the first line, should apologize for the Armenians that lost their lives in 1918 and admit that that had happened was a genocide. Only each 10th interviewed adults, and even slightly less. Another 9% is also more or less positively disposed, and they could accept, should apologize for the Armenians, but should take no other steps. So this is about soft denial and hard denial you were talking about, the keynote speakers. So this is the reality. I do believe that my colleagues in Turkey worked according to standards. So let's, still I need to show 2 slides. This is the one that was conducted with Tesser in 2010. And it is, the main narrative is that many people in Turkey, again it was about 2,000 people, but in urban areas, not throughout the Turkey, in urban areas. Turkey is large, and conducting surveys throughout is really expensive. So you can see that many people, if you will pay attention to the total, almost 40% support opening the border with Armenia. When it comes to Southeast Anatolia, you can see that those who are supporting, it is bordering with Armenia territories, it goes essentially up. So about 60% would like the border to be opened. Regarding the question that where between Armenia and Turkey's support for how they support, which areas they do support, so you can see that from Turkey's side, political, economic, and cultural support is almost equal. From our side, we are more for economic rapprochement, but in Turkey, they are open. So, I thank you very much for your attention. This is just some food for your thought. And I would like also to suggest some readings that are coming not only from CRRC Armenia, but also from Jipot Center a couple of years ago opened. And from TEPAF side, there are a lot of research on IT sector, on tourism sector. Whoever is interested, then you will be getting these links, and you can easily expand your knowledge about ways of reconciliation, if any, if ever. Hopefully soon. So, I'm done.
Շատ շնորհակալություն, Անջան, իսկապես հետաքրքիր եւ շատ օգտակար նյութ է։ Հուսամ, որ ապագայում միգուցե կլինի տարբեր քաղաքականություններ մշակված հիմնվելով հենց այս նյութի վրա։ Հիմա անցնենք հաջորդ զեկուցողին, Նաթանիել Ֆերարոն է, որը կամավոր է Ամերիկայի Միացյալ Նահանգների խաղաղության կորպուսից, եկել է Եղեգնաձորում տնտեսական համալսարանի մասնաբաժնում դասավանդելու 8 ամսով, մնացել է 15 ամսով, ինչը նշանակում է, որ Եղեգնաձորում ունենք ձգող երևի երևույթներ, չգիտեմ օդնա, ջուրնա, թե մեր Եղեգնաձորի գեղեցիկ աղջիկներն են, այնուամենայնիվ ուրախ եմ, որ 15 ամսով արդեն երկարել է, հուսենք, որ Նաթանիելը նաև այլ 15 ամսով կմնա, հետո միգուցե այլ 15 տարով կմնա եւ իր փորձը եւ գիտելիքները ինչպես օգտագործել վիճակագրական մեթոդաբանությունները, հետազոտությունները անել, ոչ թե կլինեն միայն փոխանցված կամ իրականացված, այլ նաև կդառնա միգուցե դրա հիմնված դպրոցը չմոռանանք, որ Եղեգնաձորը նաև Հայաստանում պատմական կրթական օջախներից մեկն է եղել եւ շատ հետաքրքիր կլինի, թե իսկապես այնտեղ դա զարգանա։ Նաթանիել, խնդրեմ, եթե կարելի է ներկայացնեք հայ-թուրքական առևտրաշրջանառության ներուժի գնահատումը, ներկայիս քաղաքականության հետևանքում անվերադարձ կորուստների վերլուծությունը։ Իմ համար անձնապես շատ հետաքրքիր է, քանի որ շատ դժվարությամբ եմ վստահում հայկական վիճակագրության, հասկանալ, թե իսկապես ինչ վիճակագրության վրա է հիմնված իրական թվերը, թե այս կորուստները ինչպես են գնահատվել, այդպես որ խնդրեմ։
Thank you very much. So this is a presentation on the assessment of potential Armenian-Turkish trade value that could have occurred over the 24-year period in which the border has been closed. I know it's more than 24 years, but the 24 years is a data set we have and what we're going to work with. My name is Nate Ferrero. I live in Yrek-Nadzor and work at ASU Yrek-Nadzor and their research department there, as well as the Regional Research Institute for Socioeconomic Policy, which is an NGO also housed in the Regional Research Center. I have a BA in Economic Theory and Environmental Policy, as well as a master's in Applied Economics from Virginia Tech, and I'm from outside Philly. So first thing we want to get into is that the border has been closed for over 20 years. It closed around April 1993, and there are a variety of conditions that both sides kind of want to see met before it gets opened again. This paper does not touch on this at all. This is going to be about the foregone benefits that both sides have kind of went over and that they could have had if the trade flows had been open over this time period. Trade still does occur between the two countries. Most of it comes between Georgia. And the Observatory for Economic Complexity actually estimated that in 2014, over $229 million worth of trade still occurs between Turkey and Armenia, just through different means. This does increase the cost of these goods as you get increased transportation costs, increased tariffs going through Georgia, which decreases consumer and producer surplus. So there are geopolitical situations in the Caucasus that lead to these implications, such as a majority of Armenians' trade goes through Georgia. And as Armenia is allied heavily with Russia, the Georgian-Russian conflict that occurred recently put a strain on some of these relationships, as well as their economic stimulations of local regions. Okay back there? Love? Basically in local areas, especially in eastern Turkey, would experience increased economic development due to these trade flows that would occur if the border was open. Private business interests have also looked into this with the Turkish Armenian Business Development Council, which was a private entity that has petitioned the governments to open the border in the past. So can trade lead to peace? This idea kind of comes from Immanuel Kant in 1795. He was a German philosopher. His idea was that the interconnected systems of nations will actually increase peace as they want to protect those revenue-producing areas. So the more interconnected economies or different entities are, the more peace will occur because these countries don't want to lose that revenue-producing parts of their economies. Now, this has been seen in recent research as recently as 2015 with Balak, Ali Mahajid and Rahman. I butchered those names, I'm sorry, but they looked at India and Pakistan and how the trade relations between those countries have helped development in those relations. DeRosa and Hofbauer looked at the Iran-US relationship and how that has helped by increased economic interaction between the two. Lee looked at Vietnam and the US and how since the Vietnam War, when the US participated in, it has actually really increased the interconnectedness between those two countries, and peace has really formed between them. In economics, it is very important to look at these flows of trade. An important way to look at trade flows in the economics discipline is the gravity model of trade. And it's one of the most effective ways, and we're going to go over it real quick. So the two people that you need to look at for the gravity model of trade are Sir Isaac Newton and Jan Tinbergen. Sir Isaac Newton, theory of gravity, F is gravitational force, G is gravitational constant. The mass of M1 and M2 are the objects that are being used, and R squared is the distance between them. Jan Tinbergen was a Dutch economist who came in and took Sir Isaac Newton's idea and made it for economies and said, will the general size of GDPs and the distance in which they're far apart have an effect on how much trade occurs between them? So in this model, you have Xij, which is a trade flow between country I and country J, as B0 is a gravitational constant from Sir Isaac Newton's original formula. The GDPs are the masses of these economies. And then the distance between them is characterized by D, and E is just an error term that we add in. So this is the basic of the gravity model. The theoretical gravity model has actually had lots of strides. In the beginning, the gravity model really predicted trade flows excellently well. Very well, sorry, that was poor English, but it has been improved very much since Tinbergen in 1962. Anderson and Van Winkoop really helped cement it in economic theory, and from that time, people have re-specified or tried different methods. One of the best methods recently has been the Poisson quasi-maximum likelihood model, which Silverstraff and Schumacher in 2006 and Avis and Shepard both compared to OLS, Tobit's, and other types of models and found that that was the most desirable and created the best estimates for these returns. So what data are we using? We're using data over the past 24 years from 1992 to 2015. This is because Armenia gained its independence, Soviet Union in the early 90s, and really started trading in 1992 as its own entity. And the data only was usable up to 2015. CEPII and the UN Comtrade database are two areas where you can get trade flows, exports, imports, data on distances between capitals, populations, GDPs, basically anything you would need to run a gravity model, this is where you go to get it. The data that we looked at, as in what are the goods we want to look at for this trade, were four separate goods: miscellaneous manufactured goods, beverages, spirits and vinegar, raw hides and skins, and vegetables and roots. It should be noted that these goods are complex components of economies, and these are broad terms. This isn't, we're not looking at size 13 shoes that are being given between the two countries. These are broad areas, broad swaths of complex economies. So when we're looking at the results, we need to remember that these are four separate sectors of big economies, and they represent large goods that can be traded between them. These are the number of observations that occurred within each data set. So the observations are found to relate to the year, the trading partner, the trade flow, and whether Turkey or Armenia are involved. So these are only observations that occur when Turkey and Armenia are involved in these trade things. So you have 1 year, one trade flow, one good for each one. So if Armenia imports beverages to Uganda in 1999, that is one observation, so one N. If Uganda exports beverages to Armenia in 1999, that is also one observation. So that way we have these massive 5,000, 4,000, 4,000 observations that we're going to be looking at as this continues. So this is the model we used. It is very simple, and it doesn't have resistance terms as some other models specify, but we wanted to use a simple model so it's easy to understand, it's easy, and it's very flexible in its interpretation and ability to kind of accept different hurdles that we're going to see with some of the data. So we have XI, like we had before. XIJ is trade flows, GDP of the first country, GDP of the second country, populations involved, and then the distances between the capitals of these countries. These are all the things that we saw in the first slide about Sir Isaac Newton and Jan Tinbergen, and from there we can start to develop the model. There are massive assumptions within this model. We're assuming that no trade occurs between Armenia and Turkey over this time period. This is very important because we're going to use that to predict what ought to occur between the two countries based on the characteristics of the populations at the time period, the GDP at the time period, and the distances. So how Armenia trades with Georgia or Ukraine or Uganda or any other countries is going to factor into how we assume they're going to trade with Turkey at a later point. And we have 4 separate ways to do it, and there is a typo in there. But Turkey as an exporter, Turkey as an importer, Armenia as an exporter, and that should be Armenia as an importer. Sorry. And if we break it down further, we actually see that Turkey has far more observations within each of these. And that makes perfect sense. Turkey's a bigger, more industrialized economy. Okay, shut off. Okay, Turkey's a bigger, more industrialized economy, and it has more access to the international markets. So we're able to see the value of these things move up and down based on some limited and some very, we have lots of variables for other things. So this is miscellaneous goods. Blue is Turkey as an exporter, orange is them as an importer, Armenia as an exporter is green, and purple is Armenia as an importer. And this will be for the rest of the graphs. So if we look at this, we can see Turkey really is going to benefit over the last 24 years, culminating in 10.2 million USD that occurs by 2015 per at the top. What should be noted is that the scale of this is a little wonky because we have the lower 3 are not as don't elicit as much benefit as the top one, but Turkey would definitely benefit exporting goods to Armenia in this situation. If we break it down to analysis, we see that from Turkey as an exporter, it moves from 30,000 all the way up to 10 million. Armenian exports also decrease over that time, actually going from about $200,000 all the way down to 27,000. But it imports more goods over that same time period. If we move on to beverages, spirits, and vinegars, we actually see Armenia has a huge advantage in this, and this kind of makes sense. Armenia exports cognac and lots of other spirits and beverages all over the world. So it would make sense that it would say Turkey is a population right next to it, is close distance-wise, and has a high GDP, so it would export a variety of goods to it. And if we continue moving on, we actually see that Armenia would be exporting over that 24-year time period over $266 million to Turkey under this model. Altogether, between imports and exports of Armenia, that's over $300 million in USD over that 24-year time frame. At the same time, Turkey is still still exporting $23 million over that 24-year time frame as well. So it's just in relation to it, Armenia seems to be making much more strides in this category. Hides and skins, the demand for Turkish imports is incredibly high. And as you can see, Armenia as an exporter really can't keep pace, but what we could see is Armenia supplement some of that demand that we are seeing from Turkey trying to import more hides and skins for their production. And we can see this displayed out here as the Armenia as an exporter stays somewhat constant and stagnant over the 24-year time frame, but it imports far more, as well as Turkey trying to import far more. What could happen in the future is there could be increased trade as Armenia tries to supplement it, and then more jobs are created on both sides of the border if it were open. Finally, we get to vegetables and roots. This is, I think, very telling because there's benefits all throughout this. Everything is moving pretty well positively, except Armenia as an exporter. And this can kind of be explained as in the early 90s to early mid-90s, there was a war, an embargo, and people wouldn't be trading their food away at that time. People would be eating it. So there wasn't as much use for trade. But as you can see from that time period, there's been a steady uptick of Armenia as an exporter of vegetables and fruits. And this can really be seen here as it goes down from 267,000 to a mere 3,000, and then all the way back up to 1.6 million yearly as it goes. In conclusion, this report really showed that both countries had massive foregone trade benefits that they could have experienced. The total amount was over $519 million USD, just for those 4 sectors of goods that we saw. So they really had 2 different trajectories. When Armenia left the USSR, it had lots of struggles, and Turkey has really been industrializing very rapidly in the last couple of years, over the last few decades. This test didn't pass the Ramsey reset test for goods studied, and it is only and I would assume that this is kind of part of it being large sectors, but this does give us a general idea of where we're looking at. These are foregone benefits that could benefit both countries, both peoples, consumers, producers, all across the borders. And the only thing this doesn't take into account is consumer preferences. So would Armenians buy Turkish goods? Would Turkish people buy Armenian goods? And that's a question for another research, as well as redefining this one to a better. This is a good starting point, but there needs to be more research, more resistance terms, and more looking at the causal relationship between does trade and interconnectedness of economies really promote peace and mitigate conflicts. So, sorry I think I went a little bit over, but thank you, and that's it.
Լսելու իմանալու, իսկ ստեղ բնակողների համար եւ ովքեր որ շատ են նախկինում էլ զբաղվել հայ-թուրքական հարաբերություններում, հասկանում եք, որ ցանկացած առևտրի ապրանք ի վերջո վերածում քաղաքական խնդրի։ Լավ նկատառում էր, ունեմ շատ ընկերներ Թուրքիայում, որոնք ամեն անգամ սպասում են այցելության ժամանակ, որ հայկական կոնյակ նվեր տանեմ, բայց իրանք էլ լավ գիտակցում են, որ Թուրքիան Արարատ բրենդը իր Արարատ սարով այնտեղ չի գրանցելու եւ թույլ չի տալու վաճառվի, իսկ հայկական կոնյակի սիմվոլիզմն է երևի դրա մեջ է։ Բայց այնուամենայնիվ լավ սկիզբ էր հասկանալու, թե ինչի մասին ենք մենք խոսում, որ ինչպես Նատանելը ասեց, առաջի սկիզբներ դրենք, թող գնա առաջ։ Անցնենք երրորդ զեկույցին, Հայաստան-Թուրքիա սահմանի բացումը։ Ինչն է որոշվում հայերի վերաբերմունքը։ Քնար Խաչատրյան եւ Ալեքսանդր Գրիգորյան։ Եվ Քնարը եւ Ալեքսանդրը ներկայացնում են իմ համար շատ հարազատ մի կրթական օջախ, ամերիկյան համալսարանը, որտեղ ժամանակին բախտ եմ ունեցել նաեւ ես սովորելու։ Քնարը ունի մեծ փորձառություն նաեւ եվրոպական դպրոցը ֆրանսիական այդպես ասած անցնելու, գալու, հիմա բիզնես ներդրում մտածելակերպի փոխանցումն է գնում երիտասարդներին, ուրախ եմ, որ նաև իմ բալիկներս են սովորում այնտեղ, հուսամ, որ լավ գիտելիքներով կզնվեն եւ Հայաստանին նոր մոտեցումներով, նոր մշակույթով բիզնես զարգացմանը կաջակցեն։ Ալեքսանդրը ղեկավարում է ամերիկյան համալսարանի մագիստրատական ծրագիրը բիզնեսի կառավարման, ունի մեծ փորձառություն նաև արտասահմանում սովորելու, այստեղ աշխատել է ֆինանսների նախարարությունում եւ կենտրոնական բանկում, ինչը նույնպես շատ հարազատ է, որովհետեւ ես էլ եմ սկսել իմ աշխատանքային կարիերան կենտրոնական բանկից։ Ոնց որ հեղինեն ամեն ինչն է դասավորել, որ բոլորս ինչ-որ կապեր ունենանք, հա, այստեղ բան անելով։ Իսկ թվում է շատ հետաքրքիր զեկույց են պատրաստել, Եվ խնդրանքս կնար եւ Ալեքսանդր ունեք 15 րոպե թե ժամանակը ոնց դուք կբաժանեք, դա կարդեն ձեր գործն է, ես մեկ անգամ եւս ասեմ, կնայեք թղթով կնշեմ 5 րոպեն, այնց հետո եթե 5 րոպեն դառավ 7 րոպե նոր կսկսեմ բողոքելը։ Շնորհակալություն։
Right, so thank you very much. Tevan already introduced us to you, so I'll skip that part to save more time. In this study, we are digging deeper into the data that Ms. Manasyan was presenting this morning. And you know, in academia, it's common that we torture data, so we torture it to the extent that it talks. So in this study, we torture it from the perspective to understand what determines Armenian citizens' attitude toward opening the border. The story behind, well, the running theme of this conference is certainly the reconciliation between Armenia and Turkey. I'm not going to spend much time to set up the context. Just for our study, we start with the point that these two neighboring countries have had historically issues, and when we come to the aftermath of the USSR collapse, though Turkey was one of the countries that recognized the first Armenian independence after 1993, the countries have no further official and diplomatic relationship. This said, on the other side, we see ongoing trade, and it's not surprising between these two neighboring countries. Armenia imports a great deal of products from Turkey, and at the same time, we do export certain amount of things to Turkey. So there is an ongoing relationship, ongoing exchange on the top of tourism, on the top of regular flights from Istanbul to Yerevan. So in this context, there have been talks, studies, public policies that looked what are the benefits and costs of opening the borders, and my colleague just now talked about one of those studies. We built on the existing evidence that is opening borders is beneficial. At the current state of geopolitics and geopolitical developments, it's true that a borderless economy is what is favored. Free move of people, of goods, of skills is what is being put at the table, and borders is certainly cost. To add that closed borders is more challenging to live with in a country and to afford economic development. So we, in our study, have looked through the existing empirical, theoretical research to understand what is thought to be beneficial when the borders are open. On the other hand, of course, there are risks, and we also reveal those risks and put it in there that it's not only positive, but might be some negative challenges to deal with. There are also international organizations that speak about the necessity of opening the borders, that because of that, countries' economies lag behind their natural development phase. And there are also but few of studies that look into the civil society's role and citizens' role. So at this stage, what we did, we position our study in line with people's attitudes, how Armenian citizens what are their predisposition towards opening the border? Are they in favor or not? And what determines their positive or negative attitude? So this is the cornerstone of our study. We claim that there are few this kind of studies, and we are glad there is the database collected by the CRRC in 2014. So we utilize that database to dig further into the topic. So the research question for us is, what are the determinants of the attitude? And I'll be using interchangeably attitude and perception. It's the same in our study. So the perception is two-sided, both positive, there is free move of goods, people, and skills, and negative, that is conditioned by the Turkey's attitude toward first the genocide recognition, and secondly the Nagorno-Karabakh resolution. So the data, it has been spoken about what the database is by Ms. Manasyan. So this is the exactly same database with the more than 1,000 respondents having gone through the survey that addresses 5 different sections: overall awareness of Armenian-Turkish relations, regulation of Armenian-Turkish relations, attitudes towards Turkey, recognition of the Armenian genocide and commemoration behavior, and Armenian-Turkey rapprochement. So those are the sections that the survey addressed. So what kind of method we did utilize? So we started first with the correlation analysis of the identified variables, and we derived hypotheses out of the gained insight about the co-movement of variables. So then we ran formal regression analysis just to understand what variables impact on the approval of the opening of borders. So we construct 2 dependent variables, and for each one we run 2 types of analysis: linear OLS and non-linear probit models. I quickly run this part. So dependent variables for us are 2 questions that come in the survey. The first one is, to what extent do you approve the opening of the border between Armenia and Turkey? And second dependent variable, to what extent do you approve the opening of the Armenian-Turkish border without preconditions? Okay. So for all the questions, the answers range from 1 to 5 on the scale, 1 being absolutely disapprove and 5 being approve. So, yeah, as I said, we run 2 regression analysis for both dependent variables, and this is our results. So we have brought forward 10 hypotheses. We start with the questioning of whether more awareness impacts approval, and yes, for our study, if people are more aware about the ongoing relationship, if they watch media, if they follow news, then they are more inclined towards the border opening. What is interesting, and what we think is one of the milestones of our study, is awareness about protocols. When the hypothesis is whether awareness of protocols affects the approval of the border opening, then the significant impact is there. Yes, if people are aware, if they are in favor to open, and if they are aware that the protocols exist without preconditions, then they are less likely to approve the border opening. Okay. So the other hypothesis we had is whether people have any interaction with Turkey, both physically being there as tourists or if they consume Turkish products. So if they do both, then they are more likely to be in favor of border opening, of approval of it. We have looked at the education factor. What is interesting in there is that education has no impact on the opening, but it has an impact when the without precondition factor is factors in. Also, we are very happy that people trust more the opinion of scientists. I mean, they don't trust more, but they think that if they trust, if those who trust in the opinion of scientists, they are more inclined towards approval of the opening of the borders. So to sum up, we have put forward 10 hypotheses. Some of them we rejected, some of them we corroborated. So the final conclusion of the study is that more awareness impacts positively on the border opening, but if given, and when I say protocols, we refer to 2009 protocols pre-signed by the foreign ministers of Armenia and Turkey that was later supposed to go through ratification of the parliament and the approval of the president. So those protocols, when they are factored in, then people are dislikely to approve the border opening, right? From economic perspective, if we have interactions with Turkey, if we visit the country, if we consume products, then we are more likely to approve it. And what is opening further avenue for research, scientific opinion is really important. So this gives us an opportunity to dig deeper into this or other data. Thank you for your attention.
իսկապես հետաքրքիր ուսումնասիրություն էր եւ խոսքը փոխանցենք, քանի որ ժամանակը ճնշում է Արտակ Մանուկյանին ներկայացնելու մի շատ հետաքրքիր գաղափար CitySlow հայցակարգը զբոսաշրջության մեջ, ինչպես են այն կիրառում Թուրքիայում եւ ինչպես կարող է կիրառվել Հայաստանում։ Իրականում Արտակի կենսագրությանը ծանոթանալով ուրախությամբ եւ զարմանքով իմացա, որ նաեւ Արտակը շատ լավ մասնագետ է զբոսաշրջության բնագավառում, որտեղ մեր լայն հանրությանը Արտակը հայտնի ավելի շատ պետական գնումների իմաստով, մասնագետ, որը իսկապես կարողանում է բացահայտել այն նրբություններն ու յուրահատկությունները, թե պետական գնումների մեջ ինչպեսի կոռուպցիոն ռիսկեր կան, ինչպես են օգտագործում Հայաստանում, եւ ես հույսով եմ, որ այդ նույն նրբությամբ եւ այդ նույն հետևականությամբ Արտակը մեզ կներկայացնի այս CitySlow-ի գաղափարը։ Արտակ ջան,
yes. Okay, I will try, but before starting I would like to answer two kind of questions or issues that are discussed here, and I would like to give some light on that. As you know, the evil is in details, so everybody is here claiming about the regular flights, but nobody is saying that it's a charter flights. So each time the company, Bagratur, who is operating on this direction, issue, let's say, chartered flight and passing some bureaucracy and etc., etc. So, and the second, in which I would like to also to make it in one basket, I personally involved in tourism more specifically since 2010. We did a joint project between Armenia, Turkey, and with the US Embassy support. And I do remember that we had a talk with the Minister of Tourism in Istanbul. We discussed the topic, and one of the topics was the border opening not for Armenians, so we are not even claiming for that, but for tourists. So let's imagine the guy from Netherlands or some tourists from other area coming to Armenia, and instead of passing from Georgia and etc., making a tour package, a regional tour package, very how to say uncompatible, we could increase the regional tourism competitiveness by this type of tools. So I think this is the right momentum, because considering also the suffering situation with the tourism in Turkey, this is also the opportunities that it could provide better opportunities for both countries to increase the cooperation. My topic, so now I will come to step by step to my topic. My topic was mainly considering the tourism-related issues using CitySlow concept, and I will try to elaborate on that. So, first of all, I would like to say that it's well known that even UN WTO's secretary told that tourism is the best tool for peace building. So for me, I look from that triangle, that how we could simulate the tourism type of relationship between the two nations in order to have peace building cooperations, and as Mr. Tevan Pogosyan mentioned, to increase the trust and through capacity building and trust building initiatives. So let me to continue. So therefore, I look at the cross-border relation type of issues, and I notice that this concept of CitySlow, which refers to slow city, is becoming extremely popular, and I will say that among in the region, only Turkey has a member of this under this CitySlow city countries, about 11 destinations that are operating. For example, in the next one closest to us is Poland. So it's a very good area in which we could operate, and I will go into the much detail. So in order to save time, I will just this research aims. Obviously, we would like to explore the opportunity to improving cross-border relationship and collaboration between the two nations, and also tourism branding as an opportunity for Armenia also. And from that viewpoint, we discussed the CitySlow concept implementation in Armenia. So what are the research questions? So can the concept of cheetah's law in tourism create collaboration between Armenia and Turkey? And through analysis, and as I thought, only in region, only Turkey has some sort of experience. So there is at least a bridge that we could use from between academicians to get know how to pass these certification issues and etc. etc. So from my viewpoint, yes, and what are the best experiences of cheetah's law concept in Turkey? So this concept is in a paper we distinguished a couple of good, let's say, points. It's a traffic arrangement issues. It's a much more, excellent, slow food concept, quality in food, and it's some sort of eco-labeling type of approaches. And for me as a researcher, I would like to see which region in Armenia could be easily, or this cheetah's law could be better to introduce. And based on these regional statistics provided by Armenian Statistical Service, I constructed a model using a various group of indicators which are requirements by this cheetah's law concept. And from that analysis we came up that funny enough, the VIOS-ZOR is one of the best regions in which it could be, this concept could be created. And we did also the further analysis. I will explain why. Because this cheetah's law concept is a small, again, cheetah from Italy is a small, and cheetah's law, it's like a small city. City, small. Cheetah, it's like a town, and small, like a slow cities. And this concept is generally requires not more than 50,000 population. So basically almost all Armenian countries except 4 big 4s are on this, but the best results will be achieved if we will concentrate on Vaik and Yeregnadzor towns. So these towns could be the piloted or the first point of intervention and testing, like, let's say, mechanism of using this cheetah's law. And I would like also to say that one of the developments of this, I get a call from, for example, head of Ahtala, who is very interested about this concept, and this is also one of the important, let's say, positive factors of this conference, for me at least. So, and I would like to say that this concept, again, slow cities are first introduced in Italy, and obviously right now there are about 230 cities who approve this label in their tourism branding and destination branding. Why it's important for Armenia? Because first, this concept is based on a handmade food and organic food. So it's some sort of eco-label about the organic destination. So this is, I think, that very important message also for Armenia, because now we are one of the few countries in which you could find 300 sunny days. So this is very good opportunity for us to try to diversify also our tour products, because basically we will analyze, we can say that in tourism area we do have a high concentration, and basically everything based on a Yerevan. So in order to come up with new messages, we need also to try to use this type of marketing tools. And again, now I will say that there are some pillars, and in this cheetah's law concept, whenever you are signing the pledge, there are 72 different aspects, basically grouped in the 7, let's say, big in the chunk of indicators, which are energy and environmental policy, infrastructure policies, quality of urban life policies, agriculture, touristic and artisan policies, policies for hospitality, awareness and training, social cohesion and partnerships. So I will say, that in order to become a member of this cheetah's law concept, you need to fulfill at least 50% of these requirements. So whenever you are fulfilling, matching with these criteria, you have a chance to apply for the committee and to get this eco label, calling Cheetah's Law, which is serving the concept, especially for elder population. I will explain why, because currently you see that if you will analyze the current tourism trends, you will see that more and more, especially youth, are interested in active tourism, in a noisy cities and etc. This is completely different product. This is very, this emphasizes especially for elder who appreciate the food, the quality of food, and they are ready to use these eco-related products. And again, as I told, right now it's 228 members. And what I do see, how can we have some mutual benefits? First, Turkish experience in this sense could be very extremely important for us to analyze what are the lessons learned. Also, I underlined some of the issues, but these are not limited, and I do see that there is an opportunity to develop further, and also assist to the regional brand recognition and regional tourism flow. So this is tied with the first note that I made about trying to use also this border opening, not for Armenians, but at least for, let's say, tourists who are coming from outside, and develop a new tourism product and increase tourism competitiveness in Armenia. I am, as an Armenian citizen, I am obviously interested in how we could bring a new niche of tourists into countries. So this is relatively new tools that we can use and be a champion also in a region using Turkish experience in that sense. And I am also looking on this Caucasian type of Cheetah's Law network, which the same did, Nordic countries. They create some pool of this Cheetah's Law network, trying to, position themselves as a Cheetah's Law network in countries, and of course have a synergy among themselves. So again, Turkey is a fifth among these slow cities. And okay, most of, again, why I picked Turkey, because most of the Turkish cities also are rich in agricultural and local made products, which are pretty much the platform in which we could, have the same positive externalities. And okay, yes, this I also already mentioned, that VICKEN region was chosen, and based on our models, we look also. I need to say that we look also hotel facilities per worker, hotel efficiency, all these type of indicators, and unfortunately, I would say I must say that VICKEN is performing very poorly in that sense. So having this concept there will also try to facilitate this dialogue. I forgot to put it in here, the indicators, because it will be huge, but in a paper you will find this, all the regional statistics by which also considering the level of salary and etc. So it's a bunch of indicators based on which the attractiveness of implementation of Cheetah's Law concept in especially in VICKEN, I think at least from academic point of view, is inevitable, and I hope that this could be serve as the initial step for our government in order to discuss this type of opportunities. And that's it. I am ready to answer to the questions.
Շնորհակալություն, Նատակ ջան, ուղղակի մի քանի նկատառումներ միգուցե ապագայում դիտարկելու համար, չէ, արինստի հարց չի դա։ Ինչն էլ անեք չվերացեք երտո ումներ դոլման, ումներ մեղերը, ումներ ծիրանը, եթե մի համագործակցության մեջ ելնելու են, ինչից եմ ասում, որտեղ ժամանակին կար այդպիսի մի հատ փորձ, որտեղ Վրաստանի, Հայաստանի եւ Թուրքիայի գործընկերները ճիշտ է, Շիրակի մարզում էր ծրագիրը տեղի ունենում, բայց Կովկասյան գինի էին, միասին համատեղ արտադրել Կովկասյան պանիր, Կովկասյան մեղեր եւ մի փորձա, որը կարող է դասերի նայություն ունենա, որ խնդիրներ չկան։ Աղթալան մրցակից է, ասում Սոնստանես Աղթալան աշխարհով մեկ է գնալու, ինչքան հիշում եմ Աղթալան խոսքատվ է, որ դառնալու է խորովածի մայրաքաղաք, խորովածի միջազգային կեն, խելացի ընդհանրապես մարզնա դառնալու ոնց որ թե լորին, smart ինքը իր առանձինով ասը, բայց մարզ պետք է խոսքատվե, որ մարզն է ամբողջ smart հնելու, ճիշտ է վստահ չէ, ինչքանով են տիրապետում smart բառը ինչա նշանակում, բայց հուսանք, հուսներս չկորցնենք, որտեղ դրանով ենք ապրում, այնուամենայնիվ վերջի նկատառումը վայոց ձոր ասելով այդ ջերմուկը դե է, չեմ մտնում, ամենալավ հյուրանոցներով, մերիոտով, ամենչով։ Խնդիրը այն չէ, որ երևի հյուրանոցներ չկա, ուղղակի հարցն է, որ այն որտեղ ջերմուկ եւ վայոց ձորը հետաքրքիր է, կլինի դա Արենին, Ռինգ գյուղը, Գինու ճանապարհը, ամբողջ այդ գետակի շուրջը, հետ միասին այդ համով ուտելու տեղերը, ինձ թվում է այդտեղ իսկապես մեծ խնդիր կա զարգ տալ հյուրանոցային, այդպես ասած, մշակույթին։
Վերջին արձագանքեմ, հայրեն կլինի, մենք ջերմուկը միտումնավոր չենք ներառել, ինչի, քանի որ ջերմուկը հենց չիտազլոուի կոնցեպցիային համահունչ չի, ինչի որտեղ այդտեղ ավելի շատ ակտիվ, այսպես ասած, հենց որ ինքը հանգստավայր է ու կուրորտային է, նաև երիտասարդների առումով ինքը եւ այնտեղ էլի ցուցանիշներ կային, կաբելային ճանապարհների առկայություն եւ այլն, եւ չենք ուզում, որ խառնվի, մեսիջը խառնվի, դրա համար ավելի շատ վայոց ձորի ընտրությունից հետո կանգենք Արևայքի եւ Եղեգնաձորի վրա, ոչ թե ջերմուկի վրա։
Շատ ավելի լավ, ջերմուկը հանեցինք։ Լսենք, եթե կան հարցեր, խնդրեմ, ուղղակի ձեռը բարձրացեք, ես փորձեմ հետևելով նայեմ, եթե ոչ, միշտ է կա սուրճի ընդմիջում, որտեղ ամենաճիշտ հարցերն ու ամենահետաքրքիր գաղափարներն են քննարկվում, այնպես որ նայեք, տեսեք, որ ուղղությունն եք ընտրում։ Եթե կան հարցեր, խնդրեմ։ Երևի ներկայանակ ասում
Վարուժան Գերամյան, թուրքագետ, ուզում եմ հարցնեմ տնտեսական բլոկի մասով, թարգմանվում է, թե անգլերեն ասեմ։ Թարգմանվում է, օքեյ։ Ուզում եմ հարցնեմ 2008 թվականից հատկապես այդ արձանագրությունների ուրեմն քննարկման շրջանում հայկական կամ թուրքական կողմում եղել է արդյոք տնտեսական, այսպես հատկապես պետական հաստատությունների կողմից որոշակի հստակ ինչ որ հետազոտություն, որը ցույց կտար հայ-թուրքական սահմանի բացման պարագայում տնտեսական ցուցանիշների աճ կամ անկում, ինչքանով էր վտանգավոր, ինչքանով էր բաց։ Ես որքան տեղյակ եմ, տես բան չի եղել, ուզում եմ ավելի մասնագիտական լսել ձեր կողմից։
Եթե թույլ տաք, երևի ավելի շուտ ես պատասխանեմ, որովհետև ավելի հետաքրքրված եմ եղել այդ ամենով։ Պետական մակարդակով չի եղել, նախաձեռնություններ եղել են շատ, նույն մարդկային զարգացման միջազգային կենտրոնն է, ՏՍՎ-ի հետ փորձելանի, ՏՓՎ-ի հետ փորձելանի, TABDC-ի հետ փորձելանի, լավագույնս ունեցել ենք հանրային կարծիքի մեծ ուսումնասիրություն Հայաստանով, մեկ նույն հասկանալու պրոտոկոլի եւ իր տնտեսական խնդիրների հետ կապված ընդհանրապես պետությունը այդ մակարդակի վրա վերլուծություններ եթե անում է, դրա մասին որևէ մեկը տեղյակ չի։ Հանրային ձևով որևէ մեկը չի իմանալու արդյոք արվել է թե ոչ, մնացածը միշտ մնում է մասնավոր խնդիրներին, օրինակ, չգիտեմ, շնորհակալություն հայտնելով նույն Եվրոմիությանը եւ CRRC-ին, եթե ժամանակին օժանդակ էին այդ տեսակի ծրագրի, միգուցե կլիներ։ Պետությունը ինչքան դրան մեջ հետաքրություն կցուցաբերեր, դա այլ հարց է։ Բայց նույն թուրքական կողմից էլ չի եղել հատուկ գաղափարներ, բայց ասեմ, ներքին շատ ու շատ ծրագրեր քննարկվել են, կլինի արտակի ասած ավիաուղիների ճանապարհների հետ 3 անգամ տարբեր պայմանավորություններ են ձեռք բերվել Ադրբեջանի ճնշումների ներքո բոլորն էլ մերժվել են, տեղել են այլ ներքին քննարկումներ, ելի նույն ձևի այս կամ այն պայմաններով կամ պատճառներով կյանքի չի կոչվել։ Կա համագործակցության ուղիներ, վստահ եմ, որ կլինեն, բայց այն իմաստով, որ չգիտեմ, միջազգային տարբերացիաներում իրար հետ միգուցե դիվանագետները խոսում են, շուտ տեղեկություններ փոխանակում են, չգիտեմ, պատգամավորների միջոցով, բացի կռվից նաև կարող է սուրճ են խմում, ինչ-որ բան են քննարկում, ցավոք սրտի դեռ Հայաստանի եւ Թուրքիայի միջև պետական քաղաքականություն դրա մասին հետաքրություններ ունենալու եւ դա օգտագործելու ապագայում հիմնավորելու չկա, որը հասկանալ է, քաղաքական խնդիրը իրենք դեռ չեն հարթել, դրա համար տնտեսությունը այսօր հետաքրքրված չի ներկայացնելու։ Ներքին միգուցե վանում են։ Ասեմ, որ մեր գործընկերները առիթ են ունեցել նաեւ միջ այսօր եղած բոլոր տնտեսական վերլուծությունները կամ աշխատանքները հետազոտեն, միգուցե դա էլ չի լինելու, ճիշտ, նայելով ասենք որտեղ են օգտագործել, սկսած 2000 թվականից շատ ու շատ է եղել։ Առաջին փորձերը եղել են 2001-2004 ամերիկյան համալսարանի, մեր ամերիկյան չհամալսարանի, Վաշինգտոնի ամերիկյան համալսարանի կողմից Track to Diplomacy ծրագրի իրականացված ծրագրերը։ Դեվիդ Ֆիլիպսի աշխատություններին կամ այն ժամանակվա նույն KBDC աշխատանքներին կամ այն ժամանակվա նույն առևտրի ուսումնասիրություններին, DEI-ի, որը այստեղի գրասենյակները 2002 թվականին գյուղատնտեսական առևտրի հնարավորությունների մեծ ուսումնասիրություն է արել, ես տենց էլ ասենք դրան հղումներ չտեսա ոչ մի աշխատանքի մեջ, եղել են, կան, այդ թվերը ճիշտ են կամ սխալ են, ինչի ասացի վիճակագրությանը չեմ հավատում։ Նայում մի հատ շատ հետաքրքիր բան ասաց, սցենարներ գրենք, բայց այդ նույն սցենարներում հիմա փորձեմ Հայաստանի ու Թուրքիայի վրա նայեմ։ Հայաստանը իրավիճակագրությունում տալիս ապրանք Թուրքիայից, Թուրքիան իրավիճակագրությունում չի նշում, որ Հայաստան ապրանքը արտահանել է, պետք է մտնես Թուրքիա-Վրաստան փորձես, հետո Վրաստան-Հայաստան փորձես իրական թվերի մեջ իմանաս, քո Տամոժնյան այսօր կասի քեզ ճիշտ թվերը։ Չի ասի, որտեղ այլ պարագայում հիմա ես չգիտեմ, այն իսպանական խնձորի վրա, որ ադրբեջանական լեյբլ կպցրեցին, վերցին, դա ոնց են գնահատելու, որտեղ է ապրանքը։ Հայաստանից այնտեղ ապրանքները մի քանի դեպքեր է փորձվել եղել է, գնացել է, լավ է եղել, նույնիսկ նաերիտի կաուչուկ է վաճառվել, որևէ մի տեղ կգտնեք, չէ գտնելու։ Լավագույնը ասենք կովի կաշին ենք բացահայտելու կամ չենք բացահայտելու։ Այնպես որ վիճակագրությունը իրականում խնդիր է, դրա համար նույնիսկ ցանկացած տնտեսագետ, որ ուզենա ազնիվել հետազոտություն անի, ինքն է շատ ու շատ խնդիրներին, խնդիրներին անում։ Բայց ես ուրախ եմ, որ այս տեսակի վերլուծությունների հիմք են տալիս, որը ստիպում է մարդիկ չարչարվեն, փորփրեն այդ այլընտրանքային մոտեցումները կամ փաստարկված խոսքը ձևավորելու համար։ Եթե, չգիտեմ, մեկ այլ տեղեկություններ գիտի, խնդրեմ։
Section, and the reason is there are so many contradictions between economic anthropology, I'm a social anthropologist, and economics. I mean, these sciences sometimes come to the opposite conclusions. This is why I would like to ask CHETERIAN and Alexander Grigoryan about the methodology. I hope I didn't miss anything, but what cohorts did you interview or ask during your research? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So the data is collected, I think, going back to 2011 by CRRC, and actually this was the same data as the one Ms. Manassian presented. And this is, as far as I remember, this is a representative data, right? I mean, it's a representative data for, yes, for the entire population of Armenia, and behind this statistical and stratification that is needed to make the data representative, everything is in place. So usually we think that there is no kind of bias because of some sample selection issues. So when it comes to statistics, we can be sure that it's the data, the quality of the data is in place. So when we move to regression, then we are talking about causal relationship. This paper is a step ahead to what we have had at the descriptive level, that's CRRC, and I was also a part of that team to develop the report. And the idea is to, in fact, to find out the net impact of each category that we have. I mean, it's a regression model. And why is it good? Because we are able to
say, exploit different types of methodologies, estimation techniques, and here what we have been presenting was kind of, let's say, the final output, but we do a lot of statistical, let's say, exercises behind, and we come up with something which is rigorous, and we provide, say, interpretation of all these results. Of course, if we take, say, a step deeper and try to come from, say, utility or some, say, more complex theoretical foundations, then we could be maybe more rigorous in terms of, methodology and coming from theory to. We don't do that because maybe it's not a place to do. I agree that there is always this big, not big, but say consistent difference between what the social scientists actually gain from data analysis and what economists do. And I think that the key distinction is that economists are applying more and more, let's say, statistical techniques, while social scientists are more on the maybe psychological level of people's behavior, right? So that can be different. In terms of the methodology, I think we are at the say solid level when it comes to estimation methods and then implications. I think things are in place.
Another question is for Nat, please. Nathaniel, I apologize if my question is changing your original topic, but I'm sure you have idea on this. So you've heard about the phenomenon called boycotting. I mean, I bring this from Jewish context, Jewish German context. There is this idea of boycotting German goods so that to protest Holocaust. So have you ever heard about something like that in Armenia? And I'm sure it's common knowledge that this trade and commerce area is a great place for peace building and rapprochement. So I would like you to comment on this. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm an economist. I am not, I'd be looking at the numbers of it more. And for me, I would say boycotting is definitely a strategy that can be used to move people or governments in certain directions. You've seen that with like the civil rights movement, the busing issues in the Deep South in the late 1950s, early 1960s that led to some more integration. So these types of things are prevalent. I am not confident talking on whether there's boycotts occurring. I would think that if the border opened, and this is completely my knee-jerk reaction, that I have not looked at any numbers yet, but I would think that initially there would be some trepidation with whether people would Armenians would buy Turkish or Turkish would buy Armenians. And I think after a while, when you start seeing comparative advantage and absolute advantage occurring where Armenia makes better cognac at a cheaper price, and Turkey makes better shoes or better laundry detergent at a better quality, better price, you'd see people start being like, okay, maybe I can save more money this way. But I'd say if the goods are of equal value and equal quality, that people would probably still buy Armenian if they're Armenian or Turkish if they're Turkish. And I know this is kind of a dodge away from your question, but I haven't looked at any numbers, so I don't feel comfortable just spouting, yes, there's boycotting, or no, there's not boycotting. So I'm taking the coward's way out and not answering it.
Ես սրանով ցանկանում եմ շնորհակալություն հայտնել մեր բոլոր զեկուցողներին, դրա հետ միասին շնորհակալություն Եղինեին կազմակերպելու հրավիրելու, շնորհակալություն Եվրոպական միությանը ծրագրին օժանդակելու, մի փոքրիկ բան հիշեցնել, որ ինչքան էլ տնտեսագետները լավ հաշվարկներ անեն ու ցուցադրեն, միևնույն է որոշումները քաղաքական են։ Տնտեսագետը կարող է դառնալ քաղաքական գործիչ, դրա մասին չի խոսքը, բայց թվերը չեն, որ հարցերն են որոշելու։ Նույնիսկ եթե բոյկոտի հարցը բարձրացնենք, ճիշտ է, Իսրայելում Hugo Boss ֆիրման կարողա չգտնես, բայց Porsche նախ փողոցներով գնում է։ Չնայած երկուսն էլ մասնակցել են ընտանեկան ձևով հոլոկոստի կազմակերպման եւ անելու, բայց մեկինը ֆորմայի պատճառով ասել են ձեզ չենք ընդունելու, մյուսը տանկի ստեղծագործական իմաստով միևնույն այդ Porsche մեքենան առնում են եւ վարում են։ Մենք էլ ունենք մեր բաժին բոյկոտի խնդիրները, Թուրքիան էլ իր բաժինը ունի։ Ադրբեջանը Իրանն է ունենալու, Պարսկաստանը Իրանն է ունենալու, Վրաստանը Իրանն է ունենալու ենք նաեւ ընդունել։ Բայց ամենակարևորը, որ ես սիրում եմ հայկական բանի մեջ, չտանետան ասած, որ կանյակը մենք լավ ենք արտադրում, բայց կոշիկն էլ ենք մենք ավելի լավ արտադրում, էլի, շորն էլ ենք լավ արտադրում, հայկականը ընդհանրապես ամեն ինչ ավելի լավն է, այլ խնդրի մեջ դնելով այս ամեն ինչը փակենք, քաղաքական չավարտենք։ Շնորհակալություն տնտեսագետներին, որ այս նյութերը մեզ տրամադրեցին եւ արեցին։ Բոլորի շնորհակալություն եւ եկեք ծափարենք մեր ռեկորդները։
Ասիստեցն։ Սիրելի ունկնդիրներ, մենք սկսում ենք երրորդ սեշան։ Değerli arkadaşlar, biz başlıyoruz. 2 dakikada. Ya buradan açıyoruz yani. Tamam. Hallederiz, düşünme. Burada. Burada. Անգլերեն կա թարգմանություն, թե հայերեն։ Ունենք չէ թարգմանություն։ Լինելու է, չէ, թարգմանություն։ Okay. Dear friends, let us start. Հարգելի ընկերներ, սկսենք։ Ձեր թույլտվությամբ կվարեմ հայերեն, թեև եթե կարիք լինի, կարող ենք անցնել նաև այլ լեզվի։ Իմ անունը Վարուժան Գեղամյանն է, ես թուրքագետ եմ եւ այս պարագայում նաև CRRC այս կոնֆերանսի գիտական խորհրդատուն եմ եւ ուրախ եմ, որ մեր անցած տարվանից սկսած ճանապարհը այսօր ըստեյության ամփոփվեց եւ բոլոր մարդիկ, ովքեր որ այսօր ներկա են, փաստորեն մեր պատկերացրածի պես էլ եղավ եւ քննարկումները եւ զեկույցները բավական հետաքրքիր են։ Հիմա անցնում ենք ուրեմն մեր կոնֆերանսի այսօրվա վերջին ուրեմն նիստին, որը նվիրված է մի թեմայի, որի մասին բոլորը կարող են խոսել։ Կարող են խոսել սկսած տաքսիից, տաքսու վարորդից մինչև ռեստորանի մատուցող, որովհետև մենք անդրադառնալու ենք թեմաների, որոնք միշտ չէ որ պահանջում են, կամ մենք այդպես ենք կարծում, որ միշտ չէ որ պահանջում են մասնագիտական մոտեցում։ Խոսելու ենք աշխարհաքաղաքականությունից, ինչու Ամերիկան հարձակվեց նրա վրա, ինչու Թուրքիան սենց արեց եւ վերջը ինչա լինելու։ Եվ բացի դրանից նաեւ խոսելու ենք ուրեմն այն դերակատարներից, էկտերներից, որոնք որ ուրեմն որոշակի ազդեցություն ունեն կամ կարող են ունենալ հայ-թուրքական հարաբերությունների կամ Հայաստան-Թուրքիա հարաբերությունների վրա։ Let us start with the. Do you have trust? Okay. I did a short description of the session. Let us start with the Okan Doğan. Okan Doğan, he's let me find him. He's a PhD candidate in the Department of the Political Science and Public Administration from one of the most renowned universities in Turkey, Bilkent University. And Okan is doing his research on sociology of intellectuals and sociology of knowledge. His report will be somehow the continuation of the talk by Dr. CHETERIAN about the role of the intellectuals in modern day Armenian-Turkish relations. So, Okan, you're very welcome. Kolay gelsin.
Before starting, I also would like to thank everyone involved in the organization of this conference for the efforts that they put in. My talk is about Turkey's Armenian question, and Armenian question is specifically dealt with inside Turkey. In Turkey, this is a multi-layered nexus of historical and political disputes. In the first place, as we all know, the question has a historical aspect. The thing which is elsewhere on the world is known as the Armenian genocide is heavily disputed inside Turkey by the Turkish state and a pretty much overwhelming majority of Turkish society. But beyond this historical aspect, the question is also a matter of contemporary politics, both in the international sense, also in the domestic sense. The historical and international political aspects of the issue have been extensively studied. However, the literature on the Armenian genocide has not yet taken much interest to an adequate degree in how the issue is being debated in today's circumstances in Turkey. We can say that at the very general level, the Turkish state remains as the sole actor in the other aspects of the question. However, the questions of how the state sustains its hegemony in the society, or more importantly, how the Turkish society itself deals with the challenge posed by the Armenian genocide, are still there to be researched. In my work, I try to engage with that kind of questions, and in today's presentation, by looking at a very specific episode of the Turkish debate, which is the Armenian Conference of 2005, I'd like to focus on the Turkish intellectuals' failure to construct autonomous social spaces for debating the Armenian issue independently of the power of the media and the state. So in Turkey, we can first talk about a ground zero. And it comprises of an academic literature developing outside Turkey and the Turkish public scene more or less completely unaware of what other people are saying about the issue. Under the decades-long domination of the Turkish state. On the other hand, we have the events of the last 2 decades, which have brought the Turkish society into contact with Armenians and the Armenian issue. In the transnational events addressing the Armenian question directly or indirectly, the Turkish citizens suddenly get exposed to Armenians and the Armenian version of their shared history, which, needless to say, run counter to the version that the Turkish state promotes and expects allegiance. In the domestic plane, the issue has been a hot topic during recent decades, as it touches upon questions of nationalism, identity, and state-society relations. And as such, observers and participants of the events that bring together Armenians and Turks treat the events as a catalyst for the re-examination of the Turkish identity and Turkish nationalism. So who comprises the Turkish nation? Who is a Turk? Who is not? The questions of inclusion and exclusion are all implied in the discussions inside Turkey about the Armenian genocide. The state of affairs that I described above provides a natural breeding ground for the activities of intellectuals, understood here as agents of symbolic power who fulfill a crucial function in the formation and promotion of discourses in the public space. A core argument underlying my analysis of the politics of the Armenian issue is that the main agent, the primary load-bearing column steering the events I follow in Turkey, should be conceptualized as intellectuals and not as anything else. However, in the available accounts of the recent itinerary of the issue in Turkey, we usually fail to find the precise answers to the question of who is doing what. Manisha Gelman's otherwise powerful account is a case in point. She conceptualizes the actors involved in the moments of dialogue as a community of rooted cosmopolitans, whom she defines as the excerpt that we have on the screen. Now, her account is largely accurate to any observer of these events. However, the depiction itself is not entirely well-grounded. Gelman simultaneously uses substantial subjective political attitudes such as being a leftist or being involved in Turkey's divisive issues, and also objective and social positional attributes such as being educated outside Turkey or being multilingual as the defining criteria of these intellectuals. The problem here is that if you arbitrarily set personal subjective attributes as the entry requirements to the community of intellectuals, you run the risk of relapsing to normative, moralizing, and uncritical definitions of intellectuals. Whereas the broader sociological literature on intellectuals is doing something else. Instead of criticizing what intellectuals do and making a case for what they ought to do, sociology of intellectuals has to explain why intellectuals do what they do already. This is why we need a precision in our responses to the question of intellectuals, and by doing so we should be able to develop an approach which avoids exclusive, subjective and arbitrary definitions of intellectual, and which at the same time reflects the dynamic competition between different strands of intellectuals. So for example, you might identify intellectuals as being leftist people, but being a right-wing person shouldn't automatically disqualify someone from being an intellectual, because that person is implied in the same plane as the other intellectuals, and there's a competition between them. I should here also briefly mention the broader theoretical context that I'm drawing upon, and that's the work of the French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu.
Following him, I am adopting the vantage point provided by the field theory in my analysis of the intellectuals' contributions to the resolution of the Armenian problem. In this approach, fields are defined as differentiated social microcosms, and in these specialized subsystems, there are objective social positions commanding different degrees of power and resources. Accordingly, that specific part of the social space in which the intellectuals act would be characterized as the intellectual field, i.e. an ensemble of positions of symbolic power. Therefore, defined as holders of positions of symbolic power, the intellectual in this theory is inextricably linked to the idea of the intellectual field, in other words, the plane upon which these intellectuals are acting. Not all fields are equally capable of establishing the definite exchange value that's circulating among them. And it's here that we, at this point, another extremely crucial concept is kicking in, and that's the autonomy of fields. In Bourdieu's sociology, a field deserves its name to the extent that rules of the game within that field are determined exclusively by its players and participants. A distinct field starts to appear when a group of social positions manages to organize the terms of exchange going on between them autonomously from the general division of power in the society. Once established as a field, the struggle between the positions within the field is also a struggle between autonomy and autonomy. So some players in the game are trying to determine the rules of the game, whereas some players are happy with importing some other external criteria for the game that's going on in the field. Now, this theoretical framework is important because it's giving us a relational framework within which to compare the actions of different strands of intellectuals and grasp the competition going on between them. The autonomy of the intellectual field will be important for our case, the case of Turkish intellectuals and the Armenian genocide, simply because of the fact that the ultimate objective of replacing the knowledge and political attitudes produced by the Turkish state will be realized only in a situation where the intellectual field has a considerable degree of autonomy from external powers. In other words, when these people will be able to stand up and speak up for their findings and the knowledge that they are constructing. In light of these theoretical considerations, which might have been a bit boring for you, the argument I developed in my paper is that during the conference process in Turkey, the autonomy of the intellectual field was not much of a concern for prominent intellectuals whose works were featured in the media. Instead, they sought to use the media's attention and the state's power to fast forward the process whereby they would substitute the knowledge of history produced by the state. Failing to uphold the autonomy of the intellectual field from external powers, being the media and state in this case, meant that the intellectuals and historians were in constant need of an enabling state. They sought the support of the state for this, and also a conducive media system interested in supporting the project of revision of historical knowledge. All in all, we could build the argument that the Armenian conference points to the idea that it is in their dependency to the constant support of the media and the state that we find the main constraints of Turkish intellectuals in this whole process. Now, here are some facts about the conference. I have to skip them. Basically, the idea here is that the conference occupied the Turkish media and the Turkish public space for the bulk of the year 2005. So it was a big hit back then. And throughout this process, we had many discussions. And in my paper, I'm pulling out only 3 of these debates. These are what I call the telegram debate, the debate on the expertise, and the debate on what needs to be done. Unfortunately, I won't have time to focus on all of these debates, so I will go as quick as possible over them. So the telegram debate started by an interview given by Halil Berktay, who is a historian and one of the organizers of this conference, to a national newspaper, and the highlight of this interview was a particular telegram published by the Turkish state agencies in a collection of documents from the Ottoman archives. In this telegram, this famous telegram, this telegram was sent by Talat Pasha to the governor of Diyarbakir, and in the telegram he's ordering that the killings of non-Muslims must be stopped immediately. And he's saying that we had certain orders for Armenians and we learned that you are extending those orders to other non-Muslims, Christians. Stop that. That's the gist of the telegram. And Halil Berktay is referring to that telegram and using that telegram in the interview. And he's saying that instead of all the other archival materials and instead of everything else, I will just refer to this telegram. And you can, what's the quote? I'm ready to defend my own interpretation and analysis of this telegram by all by myself in front of a jury composed of 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 people on the basis of translations, etc., etc. What he proposes here is the exact kind of discussion that historians would have rather preferred to avoid. For example, Selim Deringil, another historian who is also one of the organizers of the conference, he criticizes the search for such flashy documents and the very argument that Berktay is making here, Deringil is dismissing the idea that entire historical episodes will be characterized by one single document, or you can pass the verdict on these issues by simply using one single document. In an interview Deringil gives after Berktay to the same Hürriyet reporter a couple of days later, he makes the same point. He says that what you call an archival document is not a concrete evidence as in natural sciences. You would present one single document and 4 different historians would interpret it differently. So this is the debate that historians would like to have taken place inside Turkey. Similarly, in one of his books, Taner Akçam is also referring to the telegram, yet he uses the telegram to depict the situation in Diyarbakir in that time in greatest possible detail by cross-checking the contents of telegram with numerous other chunks of data available to the researchers at the time. Now, this could have been considered a minor methodological debate between historians, but I think it also touches upon the question of autonomy of fields of cultural production. Berktay addresses the audience of the media and promises to beat other historians and diplomats supporting the state's perspective on the issue by discussion over a single document in the manner of a magician's act or in the manner of a boxing game. This imposes a particular style to the discussion, and this is not the style proposed by historians as how the proper historical knowledge should be produced and disseminated to the society. So that version will be the version on the autonomous pole of the field of cultural production proposed by historians, whereas this would be an argument for heteronomy by putting forward some standards established by the media into the debate. The media outlet in this specific case, and the worst is the media outlet is using this document and this interview to channel the question to the channel the debate to the question of is it a genocide or not. So they are narrowing the breadth of the discussion. The second debate is an attack made by one conservative historians to another conference organizers. I'm skipping it altogether, and I'm moving on to the last debate. Which is about what needed to be done for the resolution of the problem. And by this I refer to the repeated pattern of the members of the intellectual field talking in the fashion of showing the state the best course of action with the Armenian issue. Almost all interviews conducted by organizers and historians at the time included some questions about what needed to be done. And what I consider significant for my autonomy inquiry is whether intellectuals and historians were trapping themselves in the state's game when they were outlining possible paths forward. So to the extent that they refrained from playing the state's game, in other words, to the extent that they were not trying to channel the discussion into an international diplomatic discussion and instead focusing on how the knowledge of history is to be produced inside Turkey, we would say that there's someone making a case for autonomy. One striking document that I have here, but I don't have time to discuss in detail, is the invitation for the conference. Okay, thanks. Which is a bit ambiguous on this score. First, the invitation is making some clearances geared to remove the state and its institutions from the agenda of the conference and from removing the state from the debate. And that you have in the first sentence and the sentence following that. In the remainder, however, the historians are making a claim to be the real nationalists inside Turkey, because the argument here is that they represent the interests of the Turkish nation better than the state, because they want Turkey to become a democratic society in which every opinion could be discussed, including the opinions about the Armenian genocide. And by doing so, they are calling the state that we are being better nationalists than you for doing this. Those who wanted to prevent the conference, on the other hand, wanted Turkey to remain a closed regime and a non-democratic country. This is what I call engaging in the states game and appealing to states elite to show them the real interests of the nation, etc. Now, there is nothing in this attitudes per se that puts them in the pole of heteronomy in the intellectual field. However, if you look at the issue closely, you would see that they are expressing the value of the knowledge they produce in terms of its benefits for the Turkish people or benefits for the Turkish state. And this is in no way conducing to an autonomous field of knowledge production and dissemination in my analysis, as far as I am concerned. Now, I'd like to wrap up now. In this presentation, I tried to develop, and I could say that I'm doing it better in the paper than in the presentation. I developed the argument that throughout the conference process, the debates featured in the media showcased actors who did not take much interest in the promotion of an autonomously functioning field of production of historical knowledge. The field theory gave us the insight that the autonomy of these fields from intrusion of external pressures is a must case for the actors studying the issue to be able to further the collective knowledge according to rules and criteria that they themselves create as historians. And I'm focusing on the debate here again. On the whole, we could say that Turkey experienced the conference as not as a calm-blooded academic event, but as an episode full of potential political tension. This has to do with the fact that unlike any other academic event, this particular conference represented the concurrence of several processes, which briefly opened a huge space of opportunity for political transformation of Turkey, not the transformation of historical knowledge primarily. So it was a topic in which the state has always been a huge stakeholder, but which, nevertheless, the state was at time open to some change due to its divided situation. The AK parties supporting the EU process and the other camp nationalists being opposed to that. So the popularity of the EU project and the discourses of freedom and democracy that were reinvigorated with it explain the intense commitment that the mainstream media and state spared for turning the Armenian conference into this significant media event that it was. Yet, this window of opportunity was used by intellectuals to try to fast forward a transformation that could only take place very slowly. And to this end, the intellectuals and historians did not mind benefiting from the powers of media and some institutions and personalities within the state structure, at the expense of the autonomy of the field in which they were actually acting and conducting their inquiries. So, teşekkürler, that's all.
Thank you. Let's pass to the second speaker. It is Mehmet Karasu. He's going to talk about the evaluations of Turkish people related to the Armenian issue with the special methodology of A and Q. Mehmet holds a BS in psychology from Ege University in Turkey, and he's now as a researcher. He works at CRRC Armenia under the Turkey-Armenia Fellowship stream, and his topic is going to be somehow a continuation of the Harry's talk about the methodology and survey of the attitudes of society, but from the other side of the mountain, let's say, from the Turkish perspective. So, 15 minutes.
Okay, merci. Ողջույն բոլորին։ Անունս Մehmet Karasu է։ Ես աշխատում եմ Էգե համալսարանի հոգեբանության բաժնում եւ միաժամանակ նույն համալսարանի մագիստրոս եմ։ Շատ ուրախ եւ նաեւ ողջավորված եմ այստեղ գտնվելուց համար։ Նախ շնորհակալություն եմ հայտնում այս գիտեժողովի կազմակերպիչ եւ մարտ ամսի սկզբից ինձ հյուրուն կալած CRRC աշխատախմբին։ Սա ինձ համար իսկապես լավ հնարավորություն է focuses on the perceptions of the Armenian issue. However, it is important to understand how Armenians and Turks perceive and evaluate about these problems for a long-lasting solution. The aim of this study is to examine the perceptions and evaluations of adult people living in Turkey towards the Armenian issue by using Q methodology. Q methodology the Q methodology is used as a convenient method not only to examine individual similarities and differences, but also to find out the socially shared views of the phenomenon. As an exploratory and qualitative methodology, Q methodology offers a holistic common ground by exploring consensual points among different groups. I think this methodology is an interesting methodology because even if it is a qualitative method, it uses the factor analysis. However, while classical factor analysis is applied to the items of scales, Q factor analysis is applied to participants, like the cluster analysis. Please follow these references about this methodology if you are interested more. We use the interactable conflicts and social identity theories as a theoretical background. However, I will not mention about these theories to use time effectively. I will link the findings to these theories in the discussion section. Therefore, I am directly skipping to the method part. Firstly, I would like to mention the feature of the participants. The sample consists of the 40 participants from different religious and political views. As you see, the mean and standard deviation values of the religious and the political views are on the slide. The data was collected in Izmir, Manisa, and Istanbul in Turkey in 2016. Age of the participant ranged from 23 to 62. It is used a lot of statements about the phenomenon in Q methodology. These statements should be included about the phenomenon which is examined. Therefore, we collected the statements on Armenian issue from various sources, such as academic articles, books, reports, newspaper articles, and panel discussions. Then 7 experts evaluated all the 76 statements to various criteria, such as comprehensiveness, clarity, missing content, overlapping, and representability. Next, we reduced to 41 statements. You can see all final statements in the full text. However, I will show you several statements soon. Then we conducted a pilot study to check whether the statements are clear and easy understandable. We prepared the statements in these frames or categories. As you see, the first one, definitions and causes of the Armenian issue. The second one is moral judgments concerning of the Armenian issue. The third one, the last one, is suggestions to the solutions and barriers to the solutions of the Armenian issue. We obtained these categories in Entman's frame analysis. You can follow the references below. Frame 1 is about the problem definitions and the causes of the problem. It consists of 10 statements in total. For example, first one, the problem aroused from the war conditions of the 1915 period. The second one is, it is difficult to define those events as a problem. We should accept it as a genocide. The third one and the last one, as an example, the problem is, in fact, a result of the painful events that happened during the deportation or relocation of Armenian people. Frame 2 is about the moral judgments on the problem. It consists of the 12 statements in total. For example, many Turks are prejudiced against the Armenians. We should feel responsible and guilty due to the atrocities committed against the Armenians. The last one, the main victims of the issue are the Armenians living in Anatolia. The last frame, frame 3, is about solutions for the problem and the barriers to the problem solution. This frame contains 19 statements in total. For example, to solve the problem, Turkey must recognize the Armenian genocide. The another one, this problem cannot be solved because of the interest of the global powers such as the United States and Russia in this region. The last one, to solve the problem, the research institutions and civil society organizations of both countries should conduct scientific studies and various activities. Okay, how was the Q methodology applied? After a participant completed an informed consent form, he or she divided 41 statements in 3 piles. As first, statements he or she agree. Second, statements he or she disagree. And third one, statements he or she feel neutral about. After that, the participant sorted these statements into a fixed quasi-normal distribution ranging +4 to -4. Please see figure 1. The bottom numbers, such as +4, +3, so on, indicate the values of the agreed and disagreed. I mean, for example, +4 means most agree, and -4 means most disagree. Okay? The number in bold and the brackets indicate the number of the statements to be placed on each number. For example, +4, -3, like that. I am going to previous slide again. After the participant sorted all statements into the fixed quasi-normal distribution, we asked him or her to comment on the statements he or she mostly agree with and mostly disagree. In the end, the socio-demographic questions were asked. We analyzed the data by Q method 2.35 program. The factors were extracted using principal component analysis and rotated by Varimax technique. I will not mention the details about the analysis to use time effectively. However, I wrote all the details about them in our full text. Therefore, I am directly skipping to the result of the researching. We explored 3 different viewpoints in relation to Armenian issue in Turkey. I would like to remind you again, factor means viewpoint in this context or in this methodology. Now let's look at these 3 viewpoints. Factor 1. Factor 1 contains 10 participants and they are relatively right-wing and religious people. How the participants in Factor 1 described the Armenian issue. In the first viewpoint, the tragic events of 1915 are evaluated as a consequences of the war conditions, and this problem is characterized as a common sufferings of the both people. Please follow the table. It consists 3 columns, as you see. These are statement numbers in leftmost column, statements in the middle column, and factor arrays in the rightmost column. The factor arrays mean participants' responses. For example, +4 means they agree the most. Please remember that the participant sorting has changed from +4 to -4. The participants in Factor 1 evaluate Armenian issue as a consequences of the war conditions over the 1915 period, and they do not see this issue as a genocide. Please see statements 7 and 35. These participants strongly support the view that both peoples suffered very much in the war conditions of the 1915 period. However, they reject the views over the tragic events of 1915. The Armenians have suffered more than Turks, and Turks should feel responsible and guilty due to the atrocities committed against the Armenians. Please see last two statements. According to the participants in Factor 1, what are the solutions for the Armenian issue and barriers to the problem solution? They do not accept the views that Turkey must recognize the Armenian genocide and officially apologize to solve the problem. Please see statements 40 and 32. In addition to, they reject the views criticizing and blaming Turkey. However, these participants support based on the mutual cooperation, such as conducting scientific studies, establishing bilateral solution commissions, and restarting the diplomatic relations. Factor 2 includes 9 participants. The participants in it are relatively left-wing and they are not religious people. How do they describe the Armenian issue? They evaluate this issue as a genocide. Please see statements 35. They reject the views ignoring the problem and reducing the responsibility of Turks. The participants in the Factor 2 support the views that many Turks are prejudiced against the Armenians and Turkey's official policy is hostile to Armenians. They feel responsible and guilty due to massacres committed against the Armenians. These participants strongly reject the view that the main victims of the 1915 events are the Turks. What are the solutions for the Armenian issue according to the participant in Factor 2? They strongly support based on the mutual cooperations such as the bilateral commissions and conducting scientific studies to solve this problem. They also support the views that Turkey needs to change the nation-state ideology and Turkey must recognize the Armenian genocide to solve this problem. The last viewpoint, Factor 3. Factor 3 includes 6 participants. The participants in Factor 3 have average values in terms of the political and religious view, as you see. How do they describe the Armenian issue? The participants in Factor 3 evaluate from beginning to today the Armenian issue, the influence of the global powers such as United States and Russia. They do not define it as a genocide. They stress the common sufferings during 1915 and also they reject the views criticizing Turkey. For example, 2 of them are Turkey's official policy is hostile to Armenians, and second one, the distorting historical facts of Turkey is an obstacle for the solution of the problem. The second table is about Factor 3. What are the solutions for the Armenian issue according to the participants in Factor 3? They reject the view that the mediator of global powers such as United States, Russia, European Union to solve this problem. They also reject the view that the recognizing genocide and officially apologizing. However, interestingly, they support the view that Armenians should demand financial reparation to solve this problem. This approach contradicts with Turkey's official policy against the Armenian issue. The participants in Factor 3 support based on the mutual cooperation. These participants reject the views criticizing Turkey, as you can see in 34th and 36th statements. According to these participants, this problem cannot be solved because of the interest of the global powers, such as United States and Russia. The solution to this problem must be left to the historians. As you see, table 1, the value of the correlation between factor 1 and factor 3 is 0.70. It is a high value. Even though the participants in factor 1 and factor 3 have a consensus on the view that this issue shouldn't be defined as a genocide, they diverge on the causes of the problem. For example, in factor 1, the problem stems from the war conditions of the 1915. Whereas in factor 3, from beginning to today, it exists because of the provocations of the global powers, such as the United States and Russia. Factor 2 differs drastically from factor 1 and 3. These causal explanations are completely rejected, and Turkey is seen as the only responsible party for this issue. Factor 1 and factor 3 seem to be largely consistent with Turkey's official policy against the Armenian issue. The participants in both viewpoints reduce the responsibility of the Turks or Turkey, and they put the blame on external factors such as the war conditions of the 1915 period or global powers. The finding is consistent with the previous studies in social psychology. In these studies in general, the Turks attributed less responsibility to their group for the tragic events of 1915, and they blame on Armenians and external factors such as the circumstances of the World War I and the third parties such as epidemics and starvation. All participants in three viewpoints have a consensus on statements involving reciprocal steps such as doing studies and various activities, restarting the diplomatic relations, and teaching the views of the both countries in history lessons to solve this problem. They also agree with the views that many Turks are prejudiced against the Armenians. Moreover, they agree with the views that the main victims of the issue are the Armenians living in Anatolia right now. The consensual points are an important component for the conflict resolution and reconciliation process. However, they diverge on the views including politicized suggestions such as requests for recognition of genocide, requests for official apology for the solution of the problem. The last paragraph. The results of the study reflect the polarizations that are often expressed in the media and daily discourse about the Armenian issue in Turkey. However, the views shared by all participants for a solution to the problem may be viewed as promising in terms of the normalization of relations. Merci. Thank you. My presentation is over, but there's the one thing. I have difficulty for speaking English, so when I speak, I have very mistakes and I am very slow. Therefore, Cansu, my friend, will help me for translation in the question-answer section. Okay?
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Mehmet. Yeah. Before we pass to the last talk of today's agenda, I would like to remind a friend of mine once said that any discussion about Middle East and geopolitics should somehow mention Israel in the end. So though we haven't Israel today, we hadn't it today mentioned yet. That's why we have Andranik Israelian to talk about the consequences of local and global developments in Armenian-Turkish relations. Andranik Israelian is a research fellow from National Defense Research University. He worked with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he holds PhD in Turkish studies. He is the author of the peculiarities of the Turkish foreign policy in the first decade of governance of the AKP. And let's hear his comments on the global politics in our region. Thank you. We have technical problems with the presentation.
Okay, before I start,
could you show, please?
Sure. Okay.
Problems with Israel, sorry.
Türklerin çok güzel bir atasözü var. Yani tatlı dil yılanı deliğinden çıkarır. Bu senin için de geçerlidir.
Teşekkürler. Antranik jokes as the usual Israeli do. Yeah.
Okay, I'm honored to speak to this distinguished audience, and I will start representing my presentation, which is entitled The Consequences of Local and Global Developments on Armenian-Turkish Relations. And I will start with the combination of these developments. So, local and global developments have very important impact on Armenia-Turkish relations. And the first example, perhaps, is the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union, which enabled Armenia to regain its independence. And after regaining, and even on the threshold of its independence, Armenian political leadership, and namely Levon Ter-Petrosyan, expressed Armenia's willingness to establish normal relations with its neighbor, Turkey. And it seems that Turkish side reciprocated by sending a Turkish ambassador to Moscow, Volkan Vural, to negotiate with Armenians. So a few years took before Armenians and Turks in 1992 drafted a text on normalization of relations, but you could see that as a result of the Karabakh War, Turkey decided to seal the border. But the important thing is that even before this closure of border, Turks were reluctant to establish normal diplomatic relations, apparently being afraid of Armenian territorial claims, and also placing preconditions on Armenia not to raise the genocide issue, even though the Armenian political leadership did not utter anything about the genocide issue. And former Armenian diplomat Ruben Shugarian put it in quite a nice way. He describes it as by closing the border, Turkey marginalized the validity of early Armenian pragmatism. So this is a nice wording by an experienced diplomat, and I often quote him. This is an excerpt from his dissertation to describe really what was on the onset of Armenia-Turkey relations. When we come to combination of conducive developments, we shall start from 2002 when AKP came to power in Turkey, and it was kind of a sea change on both foreign and domestic levels. So the reforms that AKP undertook, I call it an Islamist or pro-Islamist party, or as our colleague CHETERIAN called a mildly Islamist party, initiated some reforms, EU-related reforms, but in hindsight we can say that we can state that these reforms, in fact, aimed at weakening the military. But the period from 2002 to the late 2010 or 13 sometimes is often called the golden era of modern Turkey, but my opinion is that it was a transition period from non-democratic secular regime towards an authoritarian Islamist regime. And in this period, these domestic developments opened some opportunity spaces, as it is called by Hakan Yavuz, and these opportunity spaces enabled all the forces fighting the Kemalist secular establishment to have stronger say in Turkish domestic landscape, and Armenians among them. So it was in this context that the first conference on Ottoman Armenians was held in Turkey in 2005, and also in 2008, Turkish intellectuals launched their apology campaign. However, this 2005, the same year, was marked with two developments or events when then Foreign Minister Abdullah Gül in his parliament speech declared that current strategy for fighting Armenian genocide is not effective, and we shall start an offensive strategy. And also the same year, within this new strategy concept, Prime Minister Erdogan sent his famous letter to President of Armenia, Robert Kocaman, proposing to create a commission of history to discuss the genocide issue. So what is important here is that the strategy, Armenian strategy of this new elite wasn't different from the previous administrations in the sense that it put the so-called Turkish interests before Azerbaijani, and they decided to ignore Azerbaijani concerns and shelve demands on MK issue, calculating on solving the genocide issue through dialogue with Armenia. In 2008, a new administration of President CRRC Sarkisyan came to power in Armenia, which was one of those defining developments that helped to carry the process on. So, but it was not that unexpected before, because I remember I was a schoolboy and I was watching TV. Sarkisyan was then defense minister, and in an interview he said that when there is an opportunity, I'm agreed to cooperate with Turkey on various issues. So even before coming to power, it was clear that in his vision he is more inclined to cooperate with Turkey. There was another important development. It was Russia-Georgia war, or August War, or five-day war. So this cataclysm created more conducive environment, and it was stated by Turkish diplomat Deniz Çakar in 2008 in conference in Yerevan. He said that Turkey put forward the platform, the South how it was called, Turkish Caucasus Stability and Cooperation Platform, yes, which implied cooperation between Turkey and Russia and included 3 recognized South Caucasian republics. So every country in that sense had its vested interest. Russia, after fighting war on Georgia, was more inclined to show its willingness on international cooperation, and the Western powers were inclined to cooperate with Armenia and to incorporate Armenia into the Western world, as they understand. And also, as Turks would say, this opened a new opportunity as they saw their pipelines under threat. Perhaps there was calculation that opening Armenia and having pipelines passing through Armenia would be more secure. Also, there was, of course, the factor of personalities. As we know, Abdullah Gül was more inclined and he's open-minded. Ali Babajan, I can tell the personal accounts of those Armenian diplomats who, like, and international diplomats who were talking with both Babajan and Davutoglu. They described them in quite different ways. Like Babajan was more open-minded, he had economist background, and was less biased towards Armenians than the person who came right after him. So the UGUR stance was based on the assumption that the normalization process would be somehow conducive to stop the genocide campaign. But still, before visiting, UGUR take a courageous step because, as we would later know, Turkish establishment was generally against UGUR's move, and General Staff was against, Erdogan was against, and the Foreign Ministry was against. Anyway, the process started. Okay, generally the reason for failure of football diplomacy is considered to be Azerbaijani pressure, and I agree with it. And Azerbaijan greatly used the leverage over Turkish nationalist fractions and also used gas price as a leverage. And meanwhile, after negotiating with Armenians, and especially after the Constitutional Court's ruling in Armenia that genocide issue cannot be compromised in these protocols, the Turkish leadership came to a conclusion that genocide issue still is not solved through dialogue with Armenians, but it jeopardizes its constituency because, like I said, Azerbaijan played with the nationalist feelings of Turks, and it would be too dangerous for Turkish administration, Turkish ruling party to endanger its constituency and lose votes. So these factors were determining in the failure of football diplomacy. So what came after it was that international developments developed in a way of clashing with this logic. First, Turkey and Azerbaijan in 2010 signed an agreement which envisaged mutual assistance during the war, and 4 days after, Russia and Armenia concluded treaty which envisaged that Russian troops would cover all the territory of Armenia, and which was kind of counterbalancing. So, what do we expect now? Current international relations is in a state of flux, and a rapid state of flux. We could see rapid developments in virtually all directions that have strategic importance for us, like Russia-Turkey relations, Turkey-US relations, Turkey-EU relations. And on the Armenian side, the attitude or official policy of Armenia is quite understandable. The last crucial remark by the president was in 2016 when president said, called on to consider the territories that go beyond the western border to be considered nothing but a bottomless and unsurpassable swamp. So this is to say that Armenia considers that the chances of, in the foreseeable future, the chances of normalization to be marginal. And on the Turkish side, the picture is much gloomier. That the TANAP pipeline project made Turkey more susceptible to Azerbaijan, and also the president's policies who plays with nationalistic sentiments, and also this referendum which we can say that institutionalized the authoritarianism in Turkey, creating a super powerful presidency without proper checks and balances. And Armenian attitude towards this was articulated by Deputy Foreign Minister Shavash Kochan, who contended that by this move, Turkey is turned into a Middle Eastern autocracy. And perhaps for the last 27 years, I can see some avid supporters of open borders who suddenly cast doubt whether we should open borders or if it is in Armenia's interest. Suddenly, I will quote, the last closed border in wider Europe became a gate to Middle East. So this is quite strange and interesting and unfortunate. And okay. While finishing, I would like to conclude with this way. As we could see, there is no single and uniform pattern of conducive international environment that is conducive to opening borders between Armenia and Turkey and normalizing relations. Like when the first contact started, it was after the collapse of the Soviet Union, but there was no significant international backing. So sometimes it is considered that international backing is necessary. Sometimes it is helpful, but it's not necessary. Like, and in 2008, when the contacts, when the relations started, normalization process started. Again, the tensions were quite high between the West and Russia. Still, like both sides were inclined to cooperate on Armenia-Turkey relations issues. So this is again to state that there is no significant, there is no single uniform environment that could be considered to be conducive. And on the domestic level, perhaps we need a more liberal governance in the neighboring country, because we could see that there is no competition within major political forces in Turkey as how to improve relations with Armenia. I mean, the competition is in a negative direction, how to be tougher towards Armenia, and this is the unfortunate sign. So at least the projections for the coming 2 years before the elections in 2019, the projects are quite gloomy, and really there is nothing to calculate to see, there's nothing to calculate or hope. What would unfold after 2019, we do not know. But still, I would like to finish my presentation by quoting famous British Prime Minister during World War II, who would say that the success is not final and failure is not fatal. What counts is the courage to go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Andronik, for the overview of the geopolitics around Armenian-Turkey relations. Now the session is open for your questions. Yeah, we have. This is the last part of today's conference, so we can like have question and then answer, not together them. Yeah, you're welcome.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Does it work?
Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Artem Hakopian. I have a question to our Turkish colleagues. Thank you very much. It was very interesting, first of all. And I have a question to Mr. Karasu. So as I could follow your ideas, that you mentioned something like this, that it's also geopolitics, and USA and Russia should recognize the genocide, then it could be recognized from Turkish side. So, as I understand you, correct? And I have a question like this. Do you think someone should decide instead of Turkey, did they made a genocide or no? Like how it should be connected, like someone recognized genocide and then Turkey should recognize. Because mainly we understand that it only depends on Turkey. So it doesn't matter, as we understand, how many countries should recognize a genocide as a genocide. So why do you think so? Like some countries, like USA, Russia, or geopolitics should be connected with this? Yeah, of course it's connected, but why do you think this? Thank you.
Thank you, Artem. Şimdi soru için teşekkür ederim. Türkiye'nin bu konuda dış güçleri suçlayan söylemi aslında dünyadaki ülkeleri soykırımı tanımasıyla ilgili bir şey değil.
Turkey's narrative on blaming the external forces. It's not related to the countries that recognizes the genocide.
Bu tümüyle benzer olaylarda farklı sosyal psikolojik mekanizmaların işlemesiyle ilgili bir şey.
This is completely related to social psychological. This is so technical, sorry.
I can do the Armenian version of the translation, if you mind. I mean,
oh yeah, that will be great. Yeah.
Այո, ցեղասպանության ճանաչումը Թուրքիայի պարագայում կապված չէ արտաքին այն ուժերի հետ, որոնք որ ճանաչել են ցեղասպանությունը։
Ve bu sosyal psikolojik mekanizma başka bağlamlarda benzer şekilde işliyor.
Սա կապված է սոցիալ հոգեբանական խնդիրների հետ, որոնք տարբեր իրավիճակներում աշխատում են տարբեր կերպ։
Kosova'da, İsrail'de
Կոսովո, İsrail
benzer şekilde işliyor ve
նույն ձևով է աշխատում այս մեխանիզմը հոգեբանական սոցիալական։
Biz gibi Orta Doğu ülkelerinde insanlar dış güçleri suçlamaya çok müsaittir ve bizde şöyle bir söylem vardır.
Մերձարարքի երկրներում տարածված բան է, որ ցանկացած խնդրում մեղադրում են արտաքին ուժերին եւ մեր մոտ մի խոսք կա, ասացված կա։
Dış güçler yine düğmeye bastı.
Ուրեմն այդ խոսքը թարգմանվում է բառացի դրսի, ուրեմն թրջունները նորից սխմեցին բանին, հա, ոնց որ զարկեցին, եթե փոխենք իմաստը, ապա կնշանակի որ էլի դրսի ուժերն են մեղավոր։
Bu dış güçlerin düğmesi nerede? Ben bu düğmeyi bulmak istiyorum.
You are gonna get the prize of the public's admiring. Ուրեմն ասում եմ, որ ես չեմ հասկանում, թե որտեղ է այստեղ կապը, ուրեմն դրսի ուժերի։ Էական չի, ուրեմն թե քանի երկիր է ճանաչել ցեղասպանությունը, էական է թե իրանք ներքինում ինչպես են ընկալում այս իրավիճակը։ Ես չասացի, որ կարիք չկա, որպեսզի Թուրքիան եւ նահանգները չճանաչեն ցեղասպանությունը։ Yanlış anladınız benim yani sorum.
Well, maybe I could repeat the question what I say because you are answering a bit different than.
Հայերեն ասեք, ես թարգմանը։
Okay. Ուրեմն իմ հարցը կայանում է նրանում, որ ես ինչպես որ հասկացա իր խոսքից, որ նա ասաց, որ կարևոր է գեոպոլիտիկան, եւ կա այսպիսի հարց, որ կարևոր է, երբ որ Ամերիկան եւ Ռուսաստանը ճանաչեն, դա ինչ որ հետևանքներ եւ ազդեցություն կունենա, եւ Թուրքիան կճանաչի հետեւաբար։ Եվ ես հարցնում եմ, իմ հիմնական հարցը նրանում էր, որ ես սա լսել եմ։ Հիմա դուք ինչպես եք կարծում, ինչ որ մեկը պետք է որոշի Թուրքիայի տեղը, որ նա ճանաչի ցեղասպանությունը, Թուրքիան չի կարող ինքը ճանաչել, որտեղ կարևոր է, որ Թուրքիան ճանաչի։ Էական չի թե ով կճանաչի, ով չէ, մենք էլ ենք դա կարծում իրականում։
Zaten o inceleme içinde yapılmış. Xatir հետևյալն է որ ուրեմն
Question was from two parts. Did I understand you correct? And then if I understand correct, that's
doğru mu anladım sizi? Ay ճիշտ եք հասկացել։ Չէ, ինքը ճիշտ kendisi sizi doğru mu anladı yoksa yanlış anladı sizi? Siz değil yani kendisi zaten yok de ne olur? Ha? Բոլորը ճիշտ են հասկացել այո։
Պատասխանը
Խնդիրը հետևյալն է, որ ինքը ներկայացրել այդ տեսակետը որպես հետազոտության արդյունք, ոչ հետազոտության մեջ հարցվածների պատասխան, ոչ թե իր մատուցած տեսակետ։ Որ ասում եմ սկզբից թողեք ասեմ։ Okay, there is a Ներողություն, հասկացանք հարցը որն է, այնպես որ լուծեցինք, մնացածը բան կանենք, հա, որտեվ հետազոտության արդյունքների մասին չէր։ Please, sorry for this translation mess.
Separate a moral and political consideration from creating a sort of pure intellectual space. Not something which you come to with kind of periods of history which are either less traumatic or more distant in time, but even if we take history of Second World War, where there is kind of general consensus who did what to who, it is still kind of, it's not devoid of moral consideration. So, should we expect these people who are intellectuals to be superhuman? Yeah, they are still part of their own society. They live there, so kind of what do we demand from them? What we would not demand from ourselves. And Mehmet, I'm wondering, by applying this pure methodology, what you have learned, what you did not know before, was there something surprising, or did you intuitively already have that kind of conclusion? Yes, and to Mr. Israelian, I understand you ran out of time, of course, but I'm dying to know, after the failure of Lavrov plan in the regional context, what are the options, especially options for Armenia?
Let's start with Okan.
I don't think I would make the claim that the two should be strictly separated. I think I was operating on the basis of some of the intentions previously declared by Turkish historians and intellectuals on what needs to be done on the issue. In this morning's session, VICKEN CHETERIAN also mentioned a fact, which is that before denial there was oblivion. People were not knowing anything. Genuinely, Turkish society does not know that there is this thing that we know as the Armenian genocide. And when in the 90s and early 2000s, historians such as Taner Akçam were tackling the issue, their first priority was to replace the knowledge of history that was faked by the Turkish state by genuine knowledge of history. People were not knowing anything. Well, it didn't have such pedagogic connotations, but let's teach them what happened in the first place. So this is one thing. And on the other hand, when we had these discussions around the conference and the apology, the intentions were slightly different. They were geared towards yielding on part of the people, the proper political attitude as quickly as possible. I can understand and sympathize with the haste in that, but the two are two different sets of intentions. And if these people are to produce a knowledge of history that's clear and more accurate, etc., they need to first construct a space within which they would do that, actually. And this is one thing, and the political campaigning is something else. If you do it all for the political outcome, if you do it for yielding the political consequences, you wouldn't mind whether people actually learned the issue or not. So that's the difference that I put between an autonomous functioning field and a field that's not so much autonomous and open to political considerations and impacts of external powers such as media and the state. I can personally sympathize with the political position that these people invested in, but I think I also see that this runs counter to the intentions that had been declared by historians a decade earlier. So that's the only issue. Apart from that, I don't think there's a clear separation between a pure intellectual field and a field filled with political struggles. So of course you cannot do that.
Thank you. Mehmet? Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Şimdi Türkiye-Ermenistan arasındaki günümüz problemlerine ilişkin üretilen söylemler genellikle empirik olmaktan çok teorik laflar.
Okay. The current disagreements between the current the current what was
the current disagreement between Turkey and Armenia.
Yeah.
Maybe later. I need more time. Ermeni kim çevirebilir?
That's right.
Tamam, sen. Okay. Ermeni meselesiyle ilgili üretilen söylemler teorik.
The discourses produced about the Armenian issue in Turkey are more theoretical than practical.
Bizim ihtiyacımız olan şey alandan bilgi toplamak. Ben sosyal psikoloğum ve insanların zihinlerinde olan şeyle ilgilenirim.
What we need is people collecting concrete information from the field. I'm a social psychologist and I'm interested in that part of the story.
Tarihçi veya politik bilimci değilim. Alanlarımız farklı.
I'm not a political scientist, I'm an historian.
Ben yeni bir şey bulmadım kendi çalışmamda.
I haven't found any new things, any new knowledge in my study.
Ama bunun var olduğunu empirik olarak göstermek çok önemli bir şey.
But I proved that these discourses are empirically there. And actually...
Çünkü aynı zamanda Q metodolojisi aslında temel amacı öznelliği açığa çıkarmaktır. Öznellik subjectivity.
Okay. In reality, the whole point in this Q methodology is unearthing the subjectivity. To reveal the subjectivity.
This term is very important for the Q methodology.
This term is very important.
Mehmet is delighted to have a personal translator, I guess.
Dolayısıyla büyük teorik laflar etmek yerine bunları alanda görmek benim her zaman için yanında olduğum sosyal psikoloji paradigmasına karşılık geliyor.
Therefore, the paradigm in social psychology that I support is instead of making grandiose statements, just empirically proving that the discourses are actually there.
Is it enough?
Thank you. Andranik, your turn.
Okay, thank you for the question. As for the so-called Lavrov plan, honestly, I'm not sure that such a plan exists. because I will tell you from my experience of work at the Foreign Ministry. There might be some leakages, but leakages are always directed and they have certain goals, targets. So officially, no party, and even Azerbaijan stated that there is a Lavrov plan, and personally, I'm not sure that it exists. There might be some discussion papers on the priorities of Madrid principles, but again, as I said, I'm not sure that this plan exists. Broadly speaking, we later, after the Armenia-Turkey process was already stalled, we knew that during this process, on several occasions, both Turkish President and Prime Minister Gül and Erdogan asked during negotiations their Russian counterparts to make pressure on Armenia to be included in NK issue negotiations, and always they got cold shoulder. So their proposals was not met or welcomed even in the heyday of Russian-Turkey relations. So I'm not sure that in the future Russia will let Turkey to get involved in NK negotiations. It's not in Russia's interest. So this is my reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights. I have questions for each of the panelists. So first, I'll start with Okan. So you mentioned that you used Pierre Bourdieu in your research as a theoretical framework. I just wanted to say that there is also another great French thinker. His name is Michel Foucault, and he has a great theory about this monopoly on truth and how history is, identity and history is constructed. But when it comes to Armenia-Turkey, I just want to ask you, what's your kind of thoughts? What young people, especially, or maybe kind of progressive thinkers in academia, especially I'm talking about people in Turkey, what needs to be done in order to kind of put pressure and bring these issues to the political agenda, like to influence in political terms, influence also policy course. And my second question is to Mehmet. Thank you very much for your interesting research. I just wonder, when you were conducting your study, was there a kind of a difference in terms of attitude when it comes to young people? Were there kind of different perceptions towards Armenians? Have you seen some kind of difference in terms of age groups? And I have a very brief comment about this Azerbaijani pressure, and that it forced that it in a way contributed to the failure of Armenia-Turkey normalization. I just think that it's kind of an exaggeration. Maybe it's not that correct to say that to reduce this to the Azerbaijani pressure and kind of try to ignore the responsibility of Turkey. I think that it was Turkey also which made really pragmatic calculations, and it was about priorities, like in terms of Armenia-Turkey, Armenia-Azerbaijan, given that Turkey holds very, very close strategic ties and at the time held with Azerbaijan. Thank you.
So this was a remark, not a, yeah. So do you need anything to? Okay, thank you. Okan, your turn.
My question is the most difficult one. What needs to be done, and what can young people, progressive researchers do? Thanks. I needed that. Well, I cannot make a free statement on that, but I can try to rerun the kind of logic that I run in my paper. This theory tells us that without the presence of such autonomous and independent fields, individuals would not be in a very good position to put anything on the political agenda. So this thing is going to surface again in the political agenda of Turkey when
when an enough number of people are going to be interested in that. And at that point, when that day comes, what we need to ask is whether are we going to have the historians or the journalists and intellectuals who would, while defending that some kind of progress should be made in the Armenian-Turkish relations, also, so they will demand that on one hand, and that's the demand of all of us, but on the other hand, this theory says that they should also demand a voice for themselves independently of the media, of the capital and of the state, of any government that might be conducive or enabling. They should be there just as themselves. In the recent history of Turkey, we did not have such many occurrences of this sort. Some people interpret Gezi protests as an example of that. I don't know if we could do that, but I could at most point to what the theory would say in that case, and that would be a case also should be made for autonomy and independence of people, and their right to discuss whatever issue they like and do whatever they like in their independent spaces. The things that I'm saying at the moment might sound as gibberish, but I don't know. It looks like this is the only way forward in any direction. I don't know.
Thank you for your questions. I have been 2 years ago in Yerevan via Granting Foundation travel grant, and I have done a scientific research in here from the university students and NGO staff. And one later, I did it in the similar studies in the Manisa and Izmir. Tell the truth, both university students in countries are the same about that, I think. And I represented these findings Grantings Foundation's conference 2015 Çağdaş 21. yüzyılda eleştirel kimlikler 2016 but I should say something about Turkish youth. Majority of people in Turkey don't interested the Armenian issue and also they don't know about that anything because there are a lot of conflict in Turkey right now. So I am a psychologist, you know, and I am a neutral about this problem, and I am put aside the people, not government or politicians. So, is it enough?
Yeah, maybe the last question, though we are running out of time, but still.
Thank you for this interesting panel. I have two questions to Angani and Okan. First, Okan, as you may know, I'm sure you know, Pierre Bourdieu, French sociologist, was saying that, you know, if every intellectual say politics is dirty games and we are not going to be involved and engaged, then all kinds of terrible people will rule us. So my question is, in some countries, even if intellectuals want to be engaged, involved, they are not allowed. Or let's say in Russia, they are invited to give consultations and I don't know, analytical memos, but those memos are not taken into consideration because there are some other interests and politicians usually have their own agendas. So my question is, can you, summarizing what you said, what you was presenting, can you state
that low autonomy of intellectuals usually happens in authoritarian or totalitarian regimes. Thank you. And I will ask Andranik. Andranik, very short question. Do you agree with the statement that partly, of course, not fully, Armenian-Turkish relationships and plus Kurdish question, they push Turkey, which felt very frustrated, and we can read, if we go through Orhan Pamuk writing, then we see that, we are knocking the Europe doors, and Europe is not opening the door and not letting us come in. So, and somehow at some point, this backlash brought to the radicalization of the political field in Turkey. So also another comment is, if I were you, I would honestly, I would just concentrate more on the issue of energy security in our region and Russia and Russian manipulation with this energy and pipes. I think you may be a little bit understudied that. Maybe I'm wrong. Thank you.
Andrea, go ahead.
Thank you. Did I get it right that your main question was if the EU so-called denial of Turkey made it more radical? Was it your question? And there was something about Armenians, Turks and Kurds. I did not get that part.
Would you agree that this pressure, in a way, brought to radicalization in Turkey? Because if we take Erdogan's speech before 2010, he was using, this is according to content analysis of his speeches, he used the word "you" for tens times. And after 2010, not even once, and Islam and Islamists and Islam religion was brought into the discourse, and it was repeated again and again.
Okay, thank you. Now crystal clear. I've been studying this ruling party of Turkey for around 7 years or more, and including Erdogan. What I can tell you from also those people who met him personally and know far better than me is, and my Turkish colleagues agreed with me, you can define him to be an rarely opportunistic person without any clear vision, or at least the problem that is of his utmost importance for him is his power, and he's a power-hungry person, even though yes, he's religious and conservative. So by making solely content analysis, what he says is not perhaps the best methodological way. We can see, if we make content analysis on what Stalin told about Georgians in early 1920s, and what he said after he consolidated his power is quite different. The same is true about Mikoyan. What I want to say is that context always matters. So what he said is not always like what was his mind. And regarding the EU pressure, as you know, there is a clear criteria, Copenhagen criteria, set out in 1993. It is about liberal and democratic values that all EU candidate members shall meet. And Turkey, while launching its reforms, the ruling party met only those that made it stronger and weakened the Kemalist system. Those were the religious freedoms, freedom of meetings, etc. Again, if we use the content analysis, Erdogan said that democracy is a car that you shall use and later discard. Yes, get off. So my reading is that from the outset, he and the party which is in power was not sincere in meeting all the demands that EU placed before Turkey. And that's why I would not say that the current radicalization was primarily really conditioned on EU denial. But yes, it was a factor. Still, I agree with you. And second, regarding your comment, as far as I'm not an expert on energy security, it would not be professional to talk on these issues at a deeper level. Thank you.
Thank you, Andronik. Okan, please.
Thanks for your question. I want to tell you another story. This was told us by one of our politics professors back at VICKEN when we were undergraduates, and he was acquainted with former president of Turkey, Turgut Özal. And he said that he had appointed certain consultants and advisors from the rank of some academics and didn't call them back for a long time, and sometime later somehow he called one of them, and when the professor came in, he said, "Okay, professor, what is it that you want to know?" So in these parts of the world, Russia, Turkey, and maybe Armenia is like that, I don't know about Armenia, we don't have a culture of advisors, consultants being able to that's their problem. But even when they tell the truth, they don't have many chances to be heard by those people who are in power. That's a fact, and that fact also throws us the question of whether it is really possible to use some of the theoretical stuff produced in a completely different setting as French public space or Western public space for inquiries conducted on these parts of the world. I don't want to make any kind of direct transplantations from those parts, but nevertheless, I'm using Bourdieu to just get inspired on a couple of questions that we might ask to the political reality in Turkey, in Armenia, or whatever. And you are also right in pointing out how he said that sociology, and being a professor is also, I think the quote was, sociology is a martial art. There's a documentary with that title. And we know that he, in the last decades of his life, he has been one of the most prominent public intellectuals in France, in addition to his works as a scholar and academic. But he makes that case for political engagement, but he also says that no matter the people in power are hearing or not, it's still upon intellectuals and scholars to wage that battle. And because all other powers are always interested in intruding their fields and entering into their fields and imposing certain criteria to them, but it's upon intellectuals to fight again and again for upholding that standard of autonomy for their fields. So it's a constant battle, and
even though you're right in pointing that authoritarian regimes have many problems with intellectuals because they have to face those challenges and wage that battle. That's all I could say. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, and thank you for focusing on intellectuals, because we usually study other people and we don't touch intellectual community, and this is a good idea to subjectivize ourselves as a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting questions. Now I need to say some words about this interesting panel. One thing is obvious. Turkey and the general environment, the background of the Armenian-Turkish relations changes. And transformations, as you already mentioned, all of you, transformations are seen in each sphere of Armenian-Turkish relations and the background of these relations. The intellectual movement which we are right now discussing was something like a product of the general political and social cultural environment back in 80s and 90s in Turkey. Now this environment changes. The association with the European Union and general foreign policy of Turkey again was something we can call a product of Turgut Özal's school again back in 1980s, and today we see giant transformations in this sphere. And the last thing, we see the public sphere as the public agents. They have another agenda. The agenda is something like totalitarian, authoritarian, etc. So all these questions need to be reconsidered, I guess, and our session showed us today this. Difference, this was the last section for today's part of the conference. Tomorrow we are starting at 9:30 with the session led by Dr. ÜNGÖR. The session will be about post-historic perceptions in Armenian-Turkish relations, and I'm pretty sure that the topics and the talks will be at least not less interesting than this one. And we'll have another section about civil society engagement, which will be a continuation of our section mainly. And after the lunch, we'll have dialogue about Armenian-Turkey and the contribution of major stakeholders. In the end, we'll have a film screening by Tigan Paskevician about close-border dialogue. So if CRRC team has something to add, you are more than welcome. Otherwise, we are going home.
Actually, I was thinking how I'll be closing some reflections from the day. I'm really happy to see that the first day of the conference went in an atmosphere of really intellectual exchange with resilience and respect to each other, and it becomes more and more important. And as far as Varujan already introduced the agenda for tomorrow, then we do expect everyone to come. If you have friends that are interested in the topic, just let them know. So come for tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be starting a little bit earlier at 9:30. Registration is from 9 a.m. I hope that those who arrive from Turkey will have enough time to have their breakfasts at the hotel and then walk to Yerevan State University. Thank you everyone for today. And one short announcement: if you have any interest to see something in Yerevan, your stay will be short, then just let our registrants to know and think about how to help you to do your ideas, to implement the ideas as fast as possible.
This is only for foreigners, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I wish a best continuation of this conference tomorrow. Teşekkürler. Şınarakavutun şuat.